Drama Sunday out of our hands. Unfortunate, card was canceled. We're back to business today, and that means a pick six carryover we will have resuming today. It begins in race 3, just shy of $80,000. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with you as we get set to kick off this card in about 10 minutes or so. And interesting card, difficult pick six to tackle this afternoon. I know you're going to go after it.
No, we'll take a look.
Okay,
Love
we'll
a single.
look.
Love a single, but there wasn't really one in this sequence, in my opinion. I thought the races weren't like, you know, they don't have a lot of spots where I feel like you need to go 6-7 deep. Sometimes that can happen. But there isn't a spot, in my opinion, that you can just hone in on one horse.
All right, well, we're going to kick off the card in just a little bit with a maiden special weight, 7 furlongs. Race 4, let's jump ahead, take a quick look at that one. That will be part of the pick six. It's leg 2 of the sequence. Big scratch in here. Acoustic Ave comes out. It's going to be running this weekend instead in a stake, and helps everybody in this field, including Breslau, who did beat him last start, but Acoustic Ave had a major excuse in that race.
Yeah, you know, the thing with Breslau is that although his races have been pretty good, his last, 4 of his last 5, those races haven't been overly productive, right? There haven't been too many horses to come back out and really wow out of those races. So I actually thought the horse was outside light the way, probably a little bit more of the type that you could lean on. I wouldn't try to toss Breslau off the tickets or anything like that, but I don't trust him.
I just feel like he's going the right way right now. He's gotten kind of good later now in the year, but I agree with you. It seems like no question Light the Way is the one to beat.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I think that those two, I was very interested in the 3 and the 4 that scratched out of that race. Probably made people's tickets a lot cheaper, like you mentioned, Acoustic Ave, and then also the 3 over in Ollie. But I think it's those 2 inside horses for sure. I prefer the 2 Light the Way.
That's race 4, second leg of this pick six carryover. Is going to start the late pick 5. Let's take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 5 we'll kick off the card with in the opener in just a few minutes. We'll talk through this field in a second. That carryover begins in race 3, and that allowance feature we just touched on with Breslau, Light the Way, that is in race 4. Opener to begin our Thursday action. Maiden special weight, 7/8 of a mile. And Relevate, favorite on the rail. That's where you can play all the action in Naira Bets. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus with that code at sign up, bonus 200. And you can get down in this pick 6 carryover, this early pick 5 to kick off the card, and everything else in between. Relevate, Ken McPeak, Christopher Elliott. Didn't even break that great, JK, in the debut. Still got to the lead. I know that was going a mile and a slight turn back today, but quick bullet, 3 furlong drill too. Seemed like to make this one sharp early.
Yeah, I don't love the fact that he was beating 8 lengths on debut. I understand that he showed some speed and ran well enough, and then comes right back and gets on the turf. To me, it's the trainer and the connection still trying to find what's Relevate's best. And that's a little bit of a concern with a couple of horses to the outside that I think could be a challenge for that one.
Let's head downstairs. Bring in for the first time today Richie Migliori for more. Mig.
Absolutely beautiful day here, guys. Sun's bright. It's a little cool, but really a perfect December afternoon here at Aqueduct. Relevate looks fantastic. Kenny McPeak, Jimmy Jerkins here in New York does a great, just an amazing job. I love this kind of old school move here, the blowout of 3/8 and 36 and 2. That's something that used to be very commonplace. You don't see it as much. Those sharp works that get a horse kind of on the muscle, right? Get some keen. And from post 1, she's going to need that. Looks terrific. The 2 waveless, first time starter by gun runner, taking money a half to a graded stakes placed runner, La Ville Lumiere. Looks good. The work tab is uninspiring. Todd doesn't tend to work his horses fast, but it's been kind of a slow, unspectacular work tab. Would have liked to have seen maybe 1 or 2 fast ones sprinkled in there. Good gate work on October 26th. You got to take those gate works on the Belmont Park training track with a little bit of a grain of salt. They tend to be faster than normal. I think it's a little bit of an odd pole that they start clocking from. And then the 3, Formaggio, should get a good stalking trip. Moves up back in company after a decent effort at maiden 30, but just very well turned out for trainer Kerry Bryan. And for you Sopranos fans, the 1 Relevate out of Dr. Malfi.
Relevate, Ken McPeak, bred by Keeter Callahan, who owns this one as well, and a Daredevil 3-year-old filly. That's same Lines, a Swiss skydiver who was a daredevil for Peter Callahan at McPeak. She was pretty productive.
She was. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Stop.
And say this one's probably not that good.
I knew you were going there.
Probably not that good. Swiss
I
skydiver was good.
think she gets the lead. Do you think she's in front?
I don't think she has to. I think that she popped away from there first time. Her pace figures weren't that quick. You would think Christopher Elliott from the inside, seeing what he saw from her on debut, would use her from the inside. But I don't think she has to make the lead. I think Formaggio has shown enough pace figures to show the lead with the aggressive Ricardo Santana. But he's drawn outside. Ricardo has the luxury of being able to just sit off of that one.
Here she is, start number 2. It's always tough to win at a mile in the debut on dirt, and that's what she was trying to do. I give her extra credit for that.
She deserves some credit for that for sure. The surface switch back and forth is a little concerning for me.
Waveless first-time starter for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, look, Todd knows how to win with first-time starters. This gun runner filly could be pretty good.
Here's Formaggio, and it dropped in for maiden 30 and maybe got away with it. She ran better than expected. They moved back up.
Yeah, I mean, she ran well enough, but that was for 30. That was on a sloppy racetrack. Hard to trust.
Leilani Liu, dirt debut.
Yeah, dirt debut. It just feels like that time of year you're going to see horses like this that are trying to figure out if they have a place on the dirt.
Only dirt start for Pay the Bills was not very good.
Yeah, same thing I said about the 4. Trying to figure out, leading into the winter, what are we going to do? Stay up here on the dirt or go down south for warmer weather?
And equipment change. Blinkers on Endless Kiss, whose dirt debut was against State Bred Maiden 30, ran mid-pack.
Yeah, it's more of a class thing for me, more than a surface thing. Ran for Maiden 30 on the dirt, didn't do too well after being bet, was expected to run well. Then tries 50 on the grass. That one didn't go well either. Probably just a little outclassed in this group.
Here's the one. So Relevate for McPeak, Christopher Elliott, back to dirt. You're bothered that they moved this one to turf?
Well, I just think that if you have the debut on the dirt and you love what you saw, you love the feedback from Javier Castellano when he got off after the race was over, everything, what the horse had done in the morning, all these things. If you loved all the feedback you got, wouldn't you just stay on the dirt with a horse that hit the board first time out after making the lead on the dirt? I think the switch to grass is they're trying to figure this one out still a little bit. And if they haven't figured it out yet, I'm not really wanting to lean on her at 3-2 in this group that I think there's a couple of other horses that could challenge her.
I mean, maybe it just was turf season was coming to an end, and they said, hey, let's try and get one in, take a shot and see if she can run on the surface.
No, that's the great thing about this game is that you can play whichever game you want of pretend in your head of what happened behind the scenes, and you could be right. You could be 100% right. I could also be right. That's part of trying to figure out the puzzle. But I don't like trying to make a case for someone at such a short price.
But we don't have to play pretend with her because her debut was very good, wasn't it?
I didn't like it that much.
Okay, tell me again what you did not like.
I think that she made an easy lead, and then she faltered and was beaten pretty badly. When horses get comfortable, how much better of a trip can she get this time? Right? She's going to get out there and get loose again, and she got loose last, or 2 times back, and that wasn't good enough.
Let's go to Meg.
Yeah, I respectfully see it a lot different. JK Relevate getting Lasix for the first time. Thought she set fast fractions for a mile distance on debut. After not breaking extremely sharp, I love that, quick, sharp, short work. That 36 and change blowout is what we refer it to. And I also, you got to say, having Jimmy Jerkins as an assistant trainer is like a 3-star Michelin chef being a sous chef for, another chef. I mean, you're getting an amazing horseman as an assistant there. I think Relevate, listen, 7-5 is a very short price, but that's where I landed because I thought that she should improve, and I liked a little bit of a turn back to 7/8 and the first time with Lasix and that blowout. The 2 waveless first-time starter, well turned out. Todd Pletcher does an amazing job, and his horses look amazing. I just feel like even, in a spot like this horse being second choice at 2-1 is almost a little bit cold on the board. And then the 4-horse, Leilani Liu, trying the dirt for the first time. Looking at it from a physical perspective, I have to say, she doesn't scream turf horse looking at her. She doesn't have the, as much of the big, wider, flatter foot or those longer, slacker pasterns that, we hear Acacia and Maggie both talk about. So I think it's a little bit interesting, the surface switch. I wouldn't rule out that she could handle the dirt at all from that conformational standpoint.
See what happens. Public all over Relevate, 6-5 favorite. As we get another look at Leilani Liu, who is the big unknown in this field, has never been on the dirt surface.
Yeah, and the 3 times she's run on the grass, she hasn't taken any money, which tells me that from her dirt works, she's been working on the dirt. She worked on the dirt up at Saratoga a handful of times. If she took no money on debut, has been working on the dirt, that suggests to me that she has not been impressive working on the dirt, or she would have taken some money if she's shown some talent. I don't need that one at all.
Looking ahead to the rest of this, did you look much at this early pick 5? Let me ask you race 2, because we're going to be talking about that one anyway. Time to win. That equipment change, 1 try with blinkers. Now they come off for Chad Brown. Going to be an incredibly short price. I felt just hung incredibly in the stretch last start. Maybe the blinkers off solves that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the horse's 2 races could be categorized as disappointing when you have a horse that's odds on in back-to-back races for a trainer like Chad who wins those types of races. I do think the change, the getting the blinkers back off, but to me, that's also Chad trying to figure this one out.
Yeah.
Right? Blinkers on, blinkers off, still trying to get the best out of Time to Win. Maybe Time to Win will wake up, but there's not a lot, in my opinion, to lean on as like a single type of horse. I think some others in there could be a little bit dangerous.
Third race, probably the 4 and the 7 are going to dominate the wagering, and they probably should.
Yeah, I would think
with
so.
Their form. We talked about Light the Way in race 4. Breslau's probably the only other way to go. And then race 5, as they get set to load here, I like 3-9's fine. There's a horse who just runs second, becoming a runner-up lifer, Forever to Go. Tough to trust.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like those were the 2, though. I think the pick 6 sequence gets significantly harder the later races. The first 3 races, I think, are a little bit more straightforward.
Here we go. We kick off this card with a 7 furlong maiden special weight here for Phillies mares 3 and up. It's even money on Relevate from the rail. Back to dirt for Ken McPeat. We see Waveless, the first-time starter, act up just a touch here for Todd Pletcher. Dam of this one did produce La Ville Lumiere, who was grade 3 placed against Explora recently. See how this one handles the debut. Daughter of Gun Runner. Chris Griffin with the opener here to kick off this Thursday card.
Endless Kiss. Leilani Liu backs out. Now in. Pay the bills. Endless Kiss. Last to load. Manny Franco. Endless Kiss. Is in. All set. And they're off. Formaggio has early speed from in between horses, and a hard scent Waveless wants to be in the early mix too. Relevate is at the rail, and they go at it early. Waveless, Kendra Carmouche has been on the hustle here since they sprung the latches up by 3/4 of a length, just being encouraged to hold this lead. Just behind them is Formaggio, who's now a stalking second, is to the outside of Relevate, who's back to third. 2.5 lengths in front of Leilani Liu, who's close up fourth. Just behind them, second to last, is going to be Endless Kiss with the trailer. Pay the bills. They speed up the backstretch here, 22.44 for the opening quarter mile. Waveless is the target. It's Waveless in front. Formaggio gets closer, is back to within a half length of the leader. Relevate is trying to pick it up, the favorite from third. Just behind them, Leilani Liu is on the move from fourth. Second to last, still Endless Kiss, and the trailer, Pay the Bills. 45.50 for a half-mile time. Waveless with a nose advantage. Formaggio with every shot travels comfortably towards the outside, and Formaggio's ready to challenge Waveless, who keeps on going here towards the inside. Relevate is trying to pick him up. Was a little awkward there, straightens up, but has 6 lengths to make up as Waveless is still in front. Waveless holding that rail position. Formaggio had every shot to run Waveless down, but she keeps the margin, and she extends the margin. Waveless, hard fought, will win it in the opener. Waveless wins it over Formaggio, Relevate, and Leilani Liu in 1 minute 22 and 4.
First time starter, sharp out of the gate, good sign, and keeps on rolling here at 7/8 in the debut for Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable.
Yeah, Kendrick earned his money there. He rode that horse the entire way. I mean, early he was on his belly, encouraging that horse to run. Not the easiest, I would imagine, to ride. But at the end of the day, he was aggressive into holding that position, kind of putting the one in a little bit of a jackpot, having to take back. I don't think the one was good enough today, regardless. And then the 3 Formaggio, the horse that enters the maiden 30 last time in the slot, just didn't have enough in the tank to run by Waveless. Waveless had to be encouraged all the way around there, but the 3 just wouldn't go by.
First time starter, impressive in the debut here at 2-1. And a slight upset, but this one took plenty of money to kick off our card. It kick off the early pick 5, 2-3-1-4 finish. And we did not get much from Relevate. Back to dirt today. We're gonna take a timeout. Big one coming up on Saturday. We'll look ahead to this year's Cigar Mile when we come back. Stay tuned. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Weather's turned a bit. You were in a warm coat today.
Oh yeah, I just get tired of being cold walking around. It's sometimes I city bike. And it's like, I mean, my hands just freeze.
Can you imagine riding in this weather? Waveless, first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, it's not that cold out here. It's pretty nice. And we got Todd Pletcher in the house. And Todd, Waveless, looked like Kendrick had a rider pretty much the entire way.
Yeah, she, he rode her aggressively, put her in a good spot early on, and then she was entertained. But it looked like she was always kind of pricking her ears, not knowing exactly what she was supposed to do with it. But, yeah, I thought it was a pretty courageous effort for first out.
It really was. She kept finding. She's got an interesting way of going. She really runs with her head out and down, but a very long stride on her.
She's got a big stride. I like the way she came to the wire, pricked her ears, looking at things. So always felt like she had some talent. It's been a bit of a challenge finally getting her ready. Mr. Poli's been very patient with her and given us the opportunity to take our time with her and finally get her ready.
Todd, you're not a trainer that tends to work his horses fast, and she has had kind of a slow, unspectacular, but steady work tab coming into this, except for that gate work at Belmont. How can you tell when you watch horses whether, when they're not going fast, that they have talent or not?
You can tell a lot, I think by who they're working with, their companions and how they gallop out after the wire, kind of get a sense of how much is left in the tank. And, the Belmont training track gate works are tricky, as you know. They can sometimes produce some false fast times. But like I said, she's always shown talent. It's just been kind of an inconsistent schedule getting her there.
And you're here this week, obviously. We got Cigar Mile, our last big weekend, and a lot of these races being run for the last time here at Aqueduct. What kind of weekend you looking at?
Well, we're excited about a couple of the 2-year-olds in the Remsen and the Demoiselle. So, it's an exciting time of the year. Kind of that first chance to go 1 1/8 with some of these 2-year-old colts that we think, potentially might want to run further next spring, hopefully.
Great. Todd, thank you for taking the time. Best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, Rich.
Guys?
A lot of wins in the Remsen. We have an objection involving your 3rd and 4th place finishers that has already been resolved, it looks like. So no change.
Yeah, the one came over on the 4, but they were clear. I think he was well clear of that horse.
All right, so 2-3-1-4 result stands. I'm glad Mig brought that up too, because it's a little bit sad. It's gonna be the last time some very races with a lot of history. Where it's the last time we see them run here at Aqueduct at the Cigar Mile, Remsen, and Demoiselle.
This place means a lot to a lot of people. I went to the Knicks game last night, and I ran into a security guard who was talking about how he saw Secretariat here, and his family used to come here all the time. And I think now compared to a lot of other racetracks, Aqueduct's gotten a little bit older, but it still contains so much history in New York racing. It'll be an establishment that'll be missed by a lot.
Yeah. Give you prices from the opener. Waveless, $6.60 for the win to kick things off. And Todd Pletcher-Rapoli stable with a promising first-time starter. The first start worth the wait. A little late getting to the races.
Yeah, I mean, I think Todd said it best. She's been a little inconsistent, and her path to getting to the races has been a bit inconsistent. And so it's nice to get him here and to be rewarded for that patience.
Race 2, early pick 4, and 1 turn mile, maiden special weight, time to win. Beat it odds on, 2 starts to go. Beat it on odds on last start, adding blinkers. Now the blinkers come off. It's probably going to be a very, very short price again for Chad Brown.
Just seems like they're trying to figure something out with this one, right? The pedigree's obviously there. There's no hotter stallion than Not This Time. You've got the Juju's Map, a half to Juju's Map. There's that pedigree. The horse is taking a lot of money with an Eclipse Award-winning trainer, an Eclipse Award-winning rider. Everything points to this horse should have already won.
Yeah.
And I'm a little concerned at this price based on that.
All right, we'll dive deeper into that race in a moment. Let's look ahead to Saturday and the Cigar Mile. We can't wait. We hope you join us for our Saturday coverage. Race 10, 3:37 Eastern start time for this Grade 2 worth $500,000 on the final really huge race to be run on the 2025 calendar year here in New York. And start with Bishop's Bay for Brad Cox, who comes off a Grade 3 win in the 49er back on November 2nd. Was supposed to win this race. Responded. It's a pretty nice record this one's put together, though, for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I mean, based on that race where he fought with Arcangelo in the Peter Pan, you would have thought that Bishop's Bay had some bigger races in him in his future than just these Grade 3s he's been able to win. And that's kind of describes him the best in my opinion, is that's just kind of who he is. I think he's probably, at least to this point, he's proven to be just a grade 3 type horse. You know, he can potentially throw a triple-digit number. He can kind of be in the mix there. But when the big boys show up, Bishop's Bay is usually a little bit in tougher waters. Now he's got an opportunity here to prove that he can start to work himself up that ladder, and maybe he will. But it's all going to have to depend on kind of what his price is and where he is in terms of the betting market.
Flavian Pratt will ride. 8 wins, 3 runner-ups, and 12 career starts, and coming off a grade 3 win on this racetrack. Meanwhile, Doc Sullivan, who's been in some really tough spots, tried the Forgo against Book of Dano and ran very well. Tried the grade 3 Vosburg against Patriot Spirit, now getting another graded stakes test.
I mean, honestly, it's a very similar story to how I feel about Bishop's Bay. It's a really good horse. I'd love to own him. But is he just a really dominant, good New York bred? And when he gets thrust into that extra company that does grade 3 open, grade 2 open, is he just a cut below? He can prove that on Saturday and set himself up for a big 2026 where they can take on some of the open company races with the graded stakes involved.
This horse, I think, one of the more interesting stories on the day and in the race. Phileas Fogg, who likes to do it on the front end and likes to do it going longer, cutting back now to a mile and then putting blinkers on.
I mean, this is not an intentional situation with these 3 horses, but I feel like this horse is one where is he just a circumstantial, get loose on the front, longer race type horse? Is this going to be too sharp? Is the pace going to be too quick for him? I sure would love to own him as well. And maybe he'll go on to have a bigger year than he had this year, which with that big race up at Saratoga. I just worry this might be a little too sharp for him going the flat mile. He feels more like a get loose going 1.25 miles type to me.
Interesting to see what he'll be able to do. He's been good at a mile before, but yeah, it certainly seems like he's sort of excelled as he's gone longer. Never been worse than second in 5 tries here at Aqueduct. In terms of big performances on the resume, he kind of stands out in this group. And then you have the dead closer who's so much fun to watch, Crazy Mason, going a little bit longer than he's used to.
Yeah. Now, the one thing I'll say about Crazy Mason is he has kind of gone over that hump, that grade 2 type hump where, and at this 1-turn mile, 7 furlong type distance, he's going to need some pace to close into. You'd like to think he'll get that.
Great lineup for you on Cigar Mile Saturday. 2 very important 2-year-old races. Demoiselle for the 2-year-old fillies, Remsen for the boys, as we get set to turn the page to the True Triple Crown Trail for 2026, and those races have been very productive. We also have the Moutet Mile. Andy was in the office today, suitcase in hand, heading off on a plane to Jamaica.
Wow.
He's in the air right now.
I didn't see Andy on an airplane. What do you think he does on the airplane? Read?
Wordle. I mean, he's playing Wordle on set usually.
You think he gets an aisle seat or a window seat?
I hope he's watching our show right now. They probably have it on the airline, right?
Yeah, of course he's watching.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Andy.
He'll be there with Maggie Wolfendale, who's already there, I believe. So we look forward to that coverage. Javier Castellano is going to be joining them, too. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back early pick 4 when we come back. Maiden special weight at a mile and time to win. Now down to 1-2.
Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, winner of 8 races in 12 starts, Bishop's Bay sets the pace at Aqueduct's iconic Cigar Mile. One of 6 stakes races on a winning card from the Big A. Kicks off Saturday, 11 Eastern on FS1. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Good to have you with us for our Thursday card. Here in South Ozone Park, New York, you're watching America's Day at the Races, 1 race away from a near $80,000 pick 6 carryover. This race starts the early pick 4, and that horse right there, Time to Win, beat it odds on each of the last 2 starts. Blinkers win on last start to try and get him over the hump. That did not work. Now they come off for trainer Chad Brown. He'll have Flavian Pratt back aboard.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those deals where, you know, when Chad has a well-meant first-time starter, they usually run well, or they will eventually run well. This horse took money first out, ran well, and took money both times after that.
And I understand that terrible start last time out, but I felt that should have got by in the stretch, don't you?
Well, I mean, you'd like to think. I mean, the way the horse is getting bet, I didn't think the trip was bad enough when you're an odds-on horse. When you're odds-on, that means that you're really supposed to win and that you're able to overcome some adversity and be able to pull it off. Look,
obviously, Life and Times won the race, but still was not able to get by Salvation with that terrible start.
No. And here's the thing about this horse, though. It can go both ways. When you have a horse like Time to Win, who has been a little disappointing and is having a hard time figuring it out, or when you have an Eclipse Award-winning trainer, a future Hall of Famer in Chad Brown, they are that because they can eventually figure it out. Yeah. So who's to say that it hasn't been sorted out now and the horse wins? It's just at 2 to 5, from a wagering standpoint, playing that guessing game to me is not one in which you will be a successful horse player betting horses like this.
Well, also in this race, 2 from the Bill Mott barn, one of them with a great sign, someone coming back who had been out. Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, so pleased to be joined here by Sahin Savachi. Sahin, you last year came to New York, started making an impression, were injured. Same thing this year, making a good impression, injured again, but you made it back quickly, especially from a back injury.
Yeah, you know, it was unfortunate early on in the winter, last winter, and this winter as well. Same thing, unfortunate, but luckily it wasn't too bad, so I'm back.
I mean, it seems like it was a really quick kind of recovery for you.
Yeah, you know, we did. Thankfully, you know, Naira has. We had good doctors, and the track took care of me, and I took my supplements and everything, so I'm back at it.
And excited to make an impression here. You're a rider that just seems to put horses in the right places. A very thoughtful kind of rider.
Yeah, you know, I like getting their feet underneath them and letting them stride out themselves, and you know, give them their best at the end.
Okay, I'll let you go to work. Horses around the paddock. Good luck. Guys, toughest guys in the world, men and women in the world that ride racehorses.
Great to see Savachi back. He's had a rough go. Yeah, back-to-back years now where he's just kind of had issues to build any momentum here in New York. But the win leader, earnings leader in Canada last year, Sovereign Award winner, a lot of talent. Now we're hopefully going to see him try and build some momentum and see what he can do here.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard Richie say it. It's in this profession, it's not if you'll get hurt. It's when. And it's a matter of how severe those injuries are and how much time you have to miss. We've seen it with everyone, you know, and Richie included. And so it's always good to see these riders get back to health and to get back to doing what they love and what we love seeing them do. You know, I can only imagine this being your career and having to sit on your couch and watch everyone else do it.
Here's Salvation, who just held off Time to Win for second back on November the 1st.
Yeah, but I think you could argue that Time to Win had a little bit of a worse trip, but the price disparity probably doesn't make a lot of sense.
Roger was in the Chad Brown barn. He faced Time to Win. He was behind him when they met October 3rd.
Yeah, this horse hasn't really done much running since that first race on the grass.
Bullet drilled on November 28th, moving to the new barn of Amelia Green. Time to Win went by. Here's the 4, Love 'em or Liam, Bill Mott.
Yeah, a horse that I thought down at Gulfstream going the 9 furlongs ran pretty well that day, but was very disappointing last time.
Implacable Chad Summers, second-time starter, debuted with Doug O'Neill.
Yeah, took no money first time out for Doug O'Neill and did no running.
And here's Sahin Savachi, back from injury. I thought this Mott runner was interesting off those first couple of dirt races last year.
Yeah, those couple of dirt races as a 2-year-old, the numbers might seem a little bit light, but remember, those were in the summer of a 2-year-old year. You can expect a 10 to 15 point improvement just on maturity. Is that enough for Tiz Freedom? Possibly, but at 14 to 1, I wouldn't knock anyone for trying to figure it out.
Yeah, big price to start off this pick 4. So we approach the 3-minute mark to post here in race 2. Of course, that big pick 6 carryover. Coming up next, get involved with Now or Bets contest. Friday feeder contest, $40 Friday feeder contest. Low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Aqueduct's 3rd on Friday. Go to nowerbets.com/contests to get involved. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, we're going to start down towards the inside with the 2, Roger. You get Hall of Famer John Velasquez for Amelia Green. Amelia Green, I think, has gotten off to a tremendous start in her training career, and certainly her horses are well turned out. Now, this horse exits the Chad Brown barn and makes her first start for Amelia, who she does train for the Elkstone Group. Looks terrific. I love the way he jumped into the bit under Johnny Velasquez, and they took off. The 3-horse Time to Win, obviously very much the horse to beat. And reminiscent of those old Jack LaLanne commercials when you have the big muscular guy kicking sand on the skinny guys like me at the beach. And he's just got swagger. He's a big, stout, good-looking son of Not This Time, and will take no end of here. And there was, I think I had one more horse here, guys, but I guess, oh, the 5-horse, excuse me. Big long shot, making a first start for Chad Summers. Chad's just had such a good year. All his horses are running well. This is a very stout individual himself. He looks like he should be quick, and he really got it in the bridle on the warm-up. And I just thought he was a long shot worth mentioning, but I just don't see them beating the 3, Time to Win.
All right, so Mig with the public here on Time to Win. There's some red flags.
Certainly. I wish I would have got to go on a field trip to the racetrack when I was younger.
Well, you did. It's just they were not sanctioned by the school, right?
I'm trying to think if I went to Lone Star.
How many days did you
during a
cut school to go to the
day.
racetrack?
You know, what's funny, when I was like 15 and 16 when I first started going, I didn't really like it. It's because my dad wasn't a good horse player, and I used to get annoyed by watching him be a bad horse player. And then I tried to prove to him that there was a better way to do it, and that's when I fell in love with the puzzle.
Okay.
But it was all out of malice, trying to prove my dad
And
wrong.
does it come full circle now? Austin looks at you. He's like, Dad, what are you doing?
No, he likes it. He enjoys it. He's grown up in Saratoga. He's been coming to Saratoga every summer for since he was 10, last 5-6 years. You know?
I mean,
But
you
nothing makes me.
you can't help but fall in love with the sport if that's where you, and my children too, that's where they're learning horse racing.
Nothing made me more proud than this summer. He texted me going into the last race of the day. I was on air, and he texted me, who do you need? I said, my man, he's figured it out. Who do you need?
Well, you look at this field, so all that money on the 3. I even love him or Liam. You talked that last race. Yes, it was not good. It was off a long time away. Brushed the gate a little bit at the beginning, and you go back to some of those races. It sort of showed talent.
Yeah, I mean.
The 4 we're talking about.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, it was off of a long break, so maybe that was a race that was needed, especially for a trainer like Bill Mott, who has not been historically known for, like, cranking a horse up in the mornings to have them ready to give their best performance first off a break or first time out. He certainly could improve off of that. The one thing I will say about the favorite is the 3, is that these are one of those situations that happen very often in racing. Yes, when you look at this horse, the fact this horse has burned money 3 times in a row, you are supposed to play against a horse like this if you are looking for long-term success betting horses to win. However, it is insane to me to try to beat a horse like this in a pick 4 unless your whole approach in that pick 4 is, I'm going to toss this horse, I love a lot of other long shots, and I'm going to try to go for the jugular. But if you have some other strong opinions late with some shorter price horses, to me it's kind of silly to try to beat this horse because he could have it figured out now. It's possible.
But when you're saying you're not saying just use him.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
but it
don't
also
toss him.
But it also depends on what your other opinions are throughout. If you love a 20-to-1 shot in the last leg of this pick 4, I think it's silly to toss this horse in that situation. Now, if you like favorite late, it doesn't do you a lot of good to have this horse here. Yeah, take a chance. Take a flyer on the 1 or the 4 to try to pick up some equity on a horse that obviously is hard to trust. I think so many of these situations come down to what is your intent, what is your goal pari-mutuel.
There he is. We'll see if the 4th time is the charm after that one race experiment with the blinkers. Pratt for Chad Brown, Spendthrift Farm, and the rematch with Salvation from the rail. Pick 4 starts here. Chris Griffin, the call.
Implacable, Luis Rivera Jr. They go in. Tis Freedom. Last to load, Sahin Savachi. All set. And they're off. Speed to the inside from Roger, and also Salvation's in the early mix and Time to Win in between horses. But now pressing on, Implacable, who's now up by a length and a half. Implacable is just running freely here, is in front of the rest of the group here, joining towards the outside. Roger is now a stalking second. 3 wide's going to be Time to Win. At the rail, that's Salvation. Just behind them is Love 'em or Liam. And the trailer, Tis Freedom. They work up the backstretch, and they're tightly bunched on the front end through a 22.52 opening quarter mile. The leader towards the inside here, Implacable, who's a neck in front. Right to the outside, Roger is now a close-up second. Salvation is towards the inside of Time to Win. They're 3rd and 4th. Then comes Love 'em or Liam, and the trailer, Tis Freedom. They've got 4 furlongs left to go. Implacable is still in front, still by a head. Roger with every chance to run by towards the outside, and John Velasquez, they're on the move. Time to Win. Flavien Prat asked the question 3 wide. Love 'em or Liam is following that move. Salvation wants out of there. Jose Lescano looking over his right shoulder and looking for a lane, and Tis Freedom is still the trailer. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Implacable has backed out of it. Roger's been passed, and Time to Win says, let's go. Time to Win is now up by a full length and a half, but Salvation is cut loose and up on the outside. Time to Win starts to look around here as he's on his own. Time to Win has a furlong left to go and now straightens up and sticks to the task. And Time to Win has a 16th left and is 4 lengths in front. Time to Win. Got it. Time to Win gets the victory over Salvation, then Roger, and Tis Freedom in 1 minute 33.50 seconds.
It's going to be a huge figure for this horse. Wow. Time to Win, I would say, figures things out here in start number 4.
Yeah, it's a tricky game to play. I know on paper it looked like this horse just was one of those money burners, doesn't want to win, big pedigree, big connections, going to always take a lot of money. And Chad was trying to figure something out. Blinkers on, blinkers off. Well, Chad figured it out. This horse ran extremely well here today.
133.50? Is that what it says?
That's what it says, yeah.
Wow. That is a fast time.
Yeah, I mean, this horse had been running fast numbers too, so it's not outside the realm of possibility. This is going to be the type of number that has you thinking, stakes type races after this.
3-1-2-6, Time to Win. Reaching his potential with this performance. Easy time of things here in race number 2 at a very short price. Pratt for Chad Brown and Spendthrift Farm. We're going to look ahead to the Elite Power. Grande O coming off the best performance of his career. Can he back it up in Grade 3 company? Back at our Thursday coverage, we have the Pick 6 carryover coming up. Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Time to win, not just finally turning things around and putting it all together for a horse that they obviously had some expectations for, to beat it odds on the last couple of starts. Does it in a very impressive way.
Certainly. I mean, it's they figured out what Time to Win needs to be able to win, and boy, did he do it impressively. He broke much better. And he kicked away from these horses in a really fast time for a horse who was already running pretty quick figures. So it seems like he's going to have a big future going ahead. And I would imagine you'll probably see him next time in some sort of a stake.
So Time to Win 133-2 to get his maiden breaking win. Very fast time. Fourth time out the charm. And here we go. Pick 6 carryover. Just shy of $80,000. Didn't get to happen on Sunday, so here we go. Thursday card begins right here in the 6-furlong sprint. $30,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 life. To start it out, where kind of looks like 2 horses are going to dominate the wagering here.
Yeah, to me it's about the 4 Shadow Surge and the 7 Spirit Dragon. The 4 Shadow Surge, though, last time was pretty disappointing, so you got to try to make sense of that last race.
There's the prices. Time to Win, $3 and change for the victory and that maiden breaking score. And career start number 4, long way back to Salvation, and then Roger, former stablemate, now with Amelia Green. This should get up there.
I would think so, especially with, obviously what happened on Sunday with racing being canceled. So people were probably queued up ready for it then. Then you got 3 or 4 days to kind of look at the races again. Usually those Sunday to Thursdays or Sunday to Wednesday carryovers can get a little bit of attention. It gives people a lot more time to look at it.
These odds are going to change dramatically. The 4 morning line favorite looks like the controlling speed. 7, though, certainly a major player. We'll see how they change in just a little bit. We're going to look ahead to the weekend. And the Elite Power Grade 3 Race 5 on Saturday on Cigar Mile Day, 1:13 Eastern start time. Named after the back-to-back winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And El Grande O and Acoustic Ave getting reunited. And El Grande O coming up probably the best performance of his career.
Yeah, I mean, he ran outstanding last time. He's had some good races mixed in there. He just came in off a really poor race up at Saratoga, and Linda seemed to have righted the ship with El Grande O. Drawn on the inside for a horse that, is tactical enough, should be able to hold some position moving forward, let some of the others run away, and then try to find a good trip after that. But if El Grande O runs this race, it'd be very tough to beat.
He's never run it before in 16 career starts, but yeah, we'll see if he can back it up and do it again. Meanwhile, Just Beat the Odds for Gregory Sacco. 10 times in 12 starts, been first or second, just missed by a neck to Surveillance back in April. Tough spot to try and win off the bench, no?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got that 103 buyer 2 races back. He comes back and runs a 97 in the slot, beating the neck. Prior to that, he never broke 90. I just wonder where those last 2 performances came from. But, like I said, the 103 into the 97 maybe confirms that he's just gotten good at the right time.
Meanwhile, Full Moon Madness, we've seen on the circuit for, it seems like a long time. I thought he was like 7 years old. He's a 5-year-old for Michelle Nevin. We've seen him quite a bit, though. On his best day, he can be pretty good.
He can. He's going to need a little bit of pace to close into. He likes to come from out of it. Probably needs the 2 we just discussed, El Grande O and Just Beat the Odds, to not run their big races that they've seemed capable of running. I'm not quite sure if Full Moon Madness can jump up to those levels. But if those 2 don't show up, or maybe they've tricked us a little bit, I don't have a problem with this horse.
Just shy of $500,000 in earnings. This was a horse 2 summers ago, looked like he was turning into a superstar, and it just did not pan out from there.
Yeah, you might need a time machine back to last 2004 summer, because he has not been that good since then. Now, he's won a race, but he won that race with an 89 buyer, compared to the 106 he was running back in 2004. So another one that I just don't quite trust. Seems like he might be going the wrong direction compared to what he was and for this level. But, a lot of times you can right the ship and get these horses back into form. I just don't see that happening for Subrogate.
Rad Ortiz Jr. making a return to New York. He'll be on Subrogate. in that elite power. Interesting field, 113 Eastern. That's race 5 on Cigar Mile Saturday afternoon on a loaded lineup that you will not want to miss on our Fox Sports coverage. Begins in terms of the stakes races with 2-year-old fillies in that Demoiselle.
Yeah, you love those, like Todd Pletcher said a little earlier on the show, the Demoiselle and the Remsen. These horses, 2-year-olds, opportunity to go 1.8 miles for the first time, a distance that they'll be needing on their way to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks in some of those prep races going 1.8 miles. So you can kind of pass that early test. We saw it with Dornick in Sierra Leone, came out of the Remsen a couple years back. We saw what they turned into.
All right, so we hope to see you on Saturday. We're going to take a timeout. Pick 6 carryover. Just shy of $80,000. Gets started in the next race when we come back.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Pick 6 carryover, 79,000 plus. And what are we closing in on? Almost 100?
Yeah,
additional?
Yeah, it says 97 today's pool.
Race 3 is going to start it off. We'll talk deeper about this field coming up in a moment. But again, it seemed like the 4 in the set. It's going to be close, I think, for favoritism. Spirit Dragon, I think, favored to pick 3, and then double Shadow Surge favored.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Surge to me, I think it has 2 big performances. There was obviously the bad race last time, but there's at least 2 good ones that suggest that Shadow Surge is pretty good. But I think the 4 and the 7, you could safely, well, I don't know, safely. You could feel a little bit of comfort trying to get through this leg with those 2.
You would think, because races are run on paper. Just kidding.
Well, you're right.
Race 4, we'll do a quick little preview here of the sequence. And, you know, we talked about Light the Way, especially with Acoustic Ave coming out, looks like probably much the horse to beat.
Yeah, it gets back on Lasix, right? 2 races back, ran well, won. Last race, ran well enough, didn't win. What's the common denominator? There's no Lasix, gets the Lasix back on. Breslau, down on the inside, interesting as well. The 3 and the 4, the scratch of the 3 and the 4 make this a little bit of an easier leg. I don't like the 6 at all, exact estimate.
Wow, yeah, it's primarily exclusively on grass and synthetic forever.
I see the Into Mischief just like everyone else does, but Brad Cox doesn't do a lot of claiming, only for Sandy Goldfarb and for Mike Dove, and I don't think the plan was, let's claim this horse for $75,000 because we got a dirt horse.
Yeah.
I just think that there's taking a shot in here.
All right, then we move on to race 5. 6 furlongs, New York bred, maiden special weight in this spot. We briefly touched on this one earlier, but forever to go the 7. I mean, this horse, runner-up after runner-up after runner-up. 5 runner-up finishes and 8 starts to this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit frustrating.
But has the fastest races of anyone in the field.
Yeah, I look at that race, a couple of those races, at the end of the 2-year-old year, beginning of the 3-year-old year, where those numbers put this one right in the mix with just a little bit of improvement. If we can just get a little improvement out of this one.
On the positive side, you hate to see all those runner-ups, but on the positive side, at least off since May, time to mature, grow up a little, maybe figure things out and turn the corner.
Absolutely. And then, I think that there's 3 of these other horses in here just look like turf horses. And like we talked about, taking a shot in here on one of these dirt races.
You're not real. I thought 3-9's Fine was interesting off that effort last start.
I like that one. Yeah, no, the 1 and the 7. I like both of those horses. I like both of those horses. I was referring to like the 6 feels like a turf horse, the 8 feels like a turf horse, maybe even the 9 feels like a turf horse.
With the 5 coming out, it was a huge favorite last start off the debut and then just didn't show up last start. That one scratches. This one gets a little assist maybe with the speed that she has.
Yeah, absolutely. The 5 was definitely going to be a presence and was going to be one that I was going to use. And now with the 5 out of there, I think that does help quite a bit for the 7 or the 1, whoever wants to go to the front. But I feel like one of those, I feel like it's one of those situations, the 1's going to pop away from it, the 7's going to sit off, and the race will finish 1-7 or 7-1.
Race 6. One of the more maybe wide open races where maybe some chaos can happen, this 10-claimer.
I'm spreading here. I thought 1, 4, 7, and 8 look eerily the same in terms of what their possibilities today are.
All right, we'll get back and finish things in the Pick 6 quick overview in a moment. Let's get back to downstairs. And this Pick 6 carryover. There's Shadow Surge and the 1 to catch on the front end. And JK referred to that bad race last time. I was jumping up from 30 to 50. And for some reason, I didn't see the bad steadying, but did drop way back to last, and things were just not going his way that day.
Yeah, like I said, there's 2 good races before the bad one.
With us for the first time today, joining us just in time for the start of this Pick 6 carryover, Acacia Clement.
And Greg will pick up there on Shadow Search because I think there is actually a very legitimate reason as to why he ran such a bad race last time out. He was acting up significantly, talking about the 4 Shadow Surge in at the gate last time out, and he actually broke open the gate before the race started. There was a delay. He came back, inspected, everything was fine, but then he just never looked comfortable at any stage of the race following that. And even if there isn't something physical that takes place when a horse pops open the gate, i.e. a cut or something of the like, and clearly comes back pretty quickly, so thankfully nothing serious, but it can really take a lot of energy, take a lot of steam out of a horse and really kind of rattle them when that takes place as well. So he's very settled here in the paddock, which I appreciate because he got himself pretty hot last time. His coat had gotten long and he has been clipped since then. So I think that there should be some real reasons as to why he should run better today, and getting into his preferred running style as well, hopefully can keep it together in at the gate, as well as going back down to the level at which I do think that he does belong. Now the number 7 Spirit Dragon, as he comes at now second off of a layoff. Fort John Kimmel broke his maiden back in June, sidelined for a while and came back in November last time out, and he was pressing up close and just kind of kept grinding on for third, but given the barn, you really think that he's going to move forward from that last race. I wasn't in the paddock there on November 1st, so don't really have anything to compare it with, but watching the way that he ran and how fit and defined he looks today, I imagine that he probably really did move forward from that start under his belt off of the layoff. Like I said, incredibly fit, really well muscled, has that nice definition throughout his barrel as well, and looking like maybe he's the type of horse that would have needed to strengthen too, and showing some speed last time. Ricardo Santana knows him well. It'll be the 4th time that he's aboard, having ridden this horse in every one of his starts thus far. They saddled him with cotton in his ears and a hood to keep him settled, but he's been so calm, cool, and collected here in the paddock, really reserving that energy, and as I said, should move forward second off that layoff, Greg.
Getting set for the post parade coming up momentarily in a difficult pick six ahead. Just shy of $80,000 in our carryover, and you see the additional amount already bet into this pool. So, I mean, this card, it would seem, if you're right today, you're going to be rewarded.
Yeah, and it doesn't, like I said, there's not like a single that's going to make tickets really affordable. Like just some ice cold, that happens sometimes. Like a horse like we just saw, that horse would have been a huge single. And so I think when that happens, it makes it harder for some of the smaller tickets to get in. But at the same time, there's not that race where it feels like you need 7 horses to like have full coverage.
No.
And that also can make it a little bit more approachable. And I said it last week, maybe it was to a friend. These like sneaky middle of the week winter Aqueduct pick sixes. I remember a couple weeks ago, one paid outstanding.
Yeah.
It's sometimes on Saturdays there's so many big tickets involved. At Saratoga or something like that can be a little bit harder. But during the week, there's sneaky good opportunities.
Here's our post parade to kick off the pick six carryover. We begin with McDiesel, Ruben Silvera for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really been going the wrong direction, beating 8, 16, 33, 25, 16. Question his form.
Tapperit's Temper, 1 for 19 lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that much of a problem with this one. His last 4 races, though, there's only been 2 horses total that have won out of those races.
Dark Vector, some okay performances. Wayne Potts just claimed.
Yeah, some of his best races looks like they're behind him and for different trainers.
Here's the one to catch, the 4.
Yeah, it has a bad race last time, but the 2 prior to that absolutely make this horse the favorite.
Ready, Set, Troll back on dirt for the first time since May.
Yeah, I mean, this horse and the horse we're going to see next just feel like turf horses to me.
Yeah, the dirt efforts from the 6, they have not been sharp.
Yeah, I just,
or at least the most recent one, I should say.
Right, take a chance in here. But the dirt races don't look good enough.
And Spirit Dragon, that was a good effort. Off since late June, returns November 1st against Shadow Surge, and winds up a length of 3/4 behind him.
Yeah, ran really well last time. It was drawn outside. It feels like the winner comes out of that race between the 7 here, Spirit Dragon, and the 4, Shadow Surge.
Room to move forward, second off the layoff for the 7?
Yeah, you would think so. And I love the draw for the 7, too, right? It's like you get Ricardo Santana. And I talked about this a couple weeks ago. Ricardo spent so much time at Oaklawn, where, in my opinion, the best trip you can get at Oaklawn, tactical speed, 3 or 4 wide, stalking trip. And I think he's perfected that trip, spending so much time down at Oaklawn. And I feel like that's the trip he'll get here with the 7 Spirit Dragon.
We don't have to dive too deep here. Just real quick. Talk race 7 and 8 for just a second. Race 7, what'd you think?
Yeah, just to me, this is another spready race as well. I thought the winner probably came from the inside. 1, 2, 3, I thought made a lot of sense. I didn't need some of the outside types.
And then race 8, I thought Frisante was a standout. I know he's 2 for 25. I know he's got 11 runner-ups. I thought he was a massive standout.
Yeah, I like Frisante. There is the trainer change to try to deal with to know if you're going to get the same performance. I thought the 10 Free Dance was closing into a slow pace last time. The 9, you get Flavian for Dave Donk. And I thought the 7 was a little bit interesting as well.
All right, let's head back downstairs to Acacia.
And taking a look at the 2 for Wayne Potts, beginning with the number 2, Tapperit's Temper. Physically, this is the one that I do prefer of the 2 from the barn, though maybe on paper, not necessarily looking like he has as much to bring to the table, but he does come out of that same race that Shadow Surge does, at least last time out, and respectfully, I think does get a big rider upgrade with picking up Kendrick today. He's getting a big warm-up, as is typical for that rider, but moving very well out there and looking like he's held his weight and coat incredibly well into these colder months. I thought the race 3 back certainly made him a contender, and he does have some natural speed, which it looks like they plan to use today, at least to have him be a bit forward. Now, the number 3, Dark Vector, first off the claim for the barn. As you guys touched on, he has very fast races on the go back, and at one point would have been a very short price in this race. It's just on paper, it seems that he's been trending in the wrong direction. And physically, it looks that way as well. He's lost some of that muscle mass and conditioning that he used to have. He is a horse that typically was kind of that bulkier sprinter type. Some of that has kind of slipped away to him. So that's a little bit of a concern for me, just knowing him as I do over the years. And given the fact that it matches up with what you see on paper as well. So it's in there. We'll see if he can run back to those. I do like the slight cutback in distance for him. Just wondering if some of those stronger races are perhaps behind him, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. See what happens coming up. Good pick six to get after as you have final few moments here to put a ticket together.
Yeah. The pool now is the total pool. It says 209 on the simulcast feed. There we go. It's caught up now. 209.
It's almost getting to 300.
Yeah, and you'll see some late action. What do you think it ends at? I like playing this game.
425.
425.
Be a big jump, but let's
Yeah,
get there.
but then,
We can
they're
do
gonna
it.
probably
Think positive.
circle a few times. All right, I'll go 427.
Hear that guy.
Or Frank Miramati's going to be somewhere proud of me for that that Price is Right move that I just pulled.
And look, off the bat, if it's not the 4 or 7 in this opening leg, immediately this is going to pay.
Oh, immediately it's going to be tough. Yeah, I mean, I would think that a majority of tickets have the 4 and the 7. So if you're against those two horses, beating them, regardless of who you beat them with, sets you up for a really, really big opportunity to knock out a lot of tickets. I always tell people, like, the pick six, my favorite thing at the racetrack when I tell people, hey, about the pick six, they always say, well, how much can I win? And I say, well, it all depends. Think of it as kind of like a poker table. Everyone puts their money in the middle, and as horses get beat, their money stays, but they get out. And at the end of the day, it's all about who's left. And so when you beat horses that everyone has, all their money stays in there. And that's what starts to make those prices go up and those payouts go up.
Or you could also say a heck of a lot more than betting NFL Sunday games.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Unless it's all favorites. But then even still.
So pick six starts with this one, 7-5 favorite. You surprised Spirit Dragon is holding up as a favorite right now?
No, because Spirit Dragon's last race was good, while Shadow Surge's last race was not. Horse players are creatures of habit.
If it's not the 4 and the 7 here, who did you see as the potential next one?
I guess the one.
It's a tough call.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dark Vector the 3 has some back races, but they don't. They seem very long and far.
And Taproot's Temper the 2 had a race at this level that's in the mix, but has gone backwards the next 2 starts. Although not that far backwards. Last year was in that Shadow Surge Spirit Dragon race, but 4 lengths back of Spirit Dragon. We'll see what happens here. Pick 6 carryover starts in this race coming up. The speed with the 4, the one to catch. Spirit Dragon second off the bench, trying to get past Shadow Surge here in the rematch. Chris Griffin, the call.
Spirit Dragon goes in. All set. Pick 6. And they're off. Speed towards the inside. McDiesel is in the early fray, and here comes Pandemic Hero towards the outside. In between horses, Ready, Set, Twirl, and rushing up is Shadow Surge. Wants to be in the early mix, tightly bunched. 3 of them on the front end. Nice trip here for Spirit Dragon. Ricardo Santana Jr. is now a well-settled 4th, is 2.5 lengths in front of a shoved along towards the outside Taproot's Temper, and to the inside, that's going to be McDiesel. The trailer, Dark Vector. They're well into the far turn, and the leader, Shadow Surge. And Jamie Rodriguez, they went 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. Pandemic Hero is a clear second. Up on the outside, Ready, Set, Twirl. Trying to pick it up from the back there is McDiesel. Outside an all-in Spirit Dragon, Taproot's Temper, and trying to run them all past is Dark Vector from the back. The leader, Shadow Surge, is now running away from the field. Shadow Surge is up by 4, almost 5 lengths. Spirit Dragon is cut loose on the outside, but has a lot of ground to make up and a furlong left to do it. It's still Shadow Surge holding him off. Shadow Surge approaches the final 16th. Spirit Dragon cutting into the margin, but it's too late. Shadow Surge kicks off the pick 6. Shadow Surge wins it over Spirit Dragon. Then came Dark Vector and Ready, Set, Twirl in 1 minute 10.12 seconds.
Shadow Surge had to work a little bit to get to the front, eventually did, and then keeps on rolling to get the second win of his career in 5 starts. Jamie Rodriguez aboard.
Yeah, nice aggressive ride from Jamie Rodriguez, right? Drawn inside, pops away from there, maybe a little bit slower than wanted. The 6 somehow, Pandemic Hero, I didn't really see that one making the front, makes the front. But Jamie Rodriguez stays engaged, stays pushing, holds that position, opens up on the turn, lets him out at a couple notches, doesn't try to walk the dog, and then at that time just kind of runs them all off their feet. The 7 tried to make a race of it late, but the 4 had already done all the dirty work.
Shadow Surge back down to a level that he was very effective at 2 starts ago. Things go a lot better for him, and he picks up win number 2 of his career. A formful start to this pick 6 carryover with a long way to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, but you know what though? I've learned, it's crazy. You can't, it's weird, but you can't win the pick 6 if you don't hit the first leg.
So true. Just being alive is a beautiful feeling. Shadow Surge with the win to kick off the carryover of the pick 6, the Cantermachi Barn. Jamie Rodriguez, 4-year-old by Spitetown. We'll look ahead to the Demoiselle when we return, and Schilling, tempted winner, looking to add a grade 2 to the resume for Ken McPeak. Stay with us. Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races on a pick 6 carryover with the first leg underway. Formful beginning. Shadow Surge had to work early to get to the front. Eventually got there and keeps on rolling. Jamie Rodriguez for the Cantermachi Barn.
Yeah, I mean, it was an aggressive ride. I always say this. I love when my riders are the horses that I like or have bet to be aggressive. And I want that to be 100% of the time. I'd rather them err on the side of aggression than err on the side of being passive. If Jamie Rodriguez makes the decision, in my opinion, if he makes the decision to take back, let the other horses go, I'm not sure this happens the same way. I think maybe the 7 beats him, but he was aggressive. He used his speed as a weapon on dirt racing, which I think is very important, and he got the job done. I thought this horse ran extremely well, and that's a big difference, I think, as well. 9-5 to 6-5 when you're talking about a pick 6. I think a lot of people probably used both horses, but I think the most singled horse of the two was definitely the 7. And when you're beating people's singles, you're picking up equity along the way.
Shadow Surge kicks things off in the 3rd. Race 4, of course. Late pick 5 at 7 furlongs. Allowance optional claiming field. Where we talked about Light the Way. Breslau's a little bit interesting just because I feel like it's going the right way, but Light the Way probably going to be a pretty heavy favorite, no?
Yeah, I would think so, but here's the thing, though. Light the Way does have a little bit, has that kind of the same thing we saw in the last race. Has that not bad performance, but not that big performance last time. And I think sometimes the recency can sometimes carry those horses. So I would imagine they haven't even updated the tote board yet for the next race. But I will say this. Light the Way has an excuse for that last race.
Grade 3 company.
And no Lasix. Now it gets back on Lasix where the race 2 back there was Lasix. So it's a game you got to keep an eye on when horses are going from stakes to back to company that's not stake races where they can use Lasix.
Just gone official. So we have those prices from the first leg of this pick 6 here as Shadow Surge the victory and $5.84 for the win. Dark Vector completes the trifecta.
Yeah, Dark Vector got up and got a piece there for Wayne Potts. And, yeah, I mean, it felt like it was going to be a situation where those two horses ran 1-2. The exacta there paid $7.45. Not too bad, in all fairness.
This will not hold. Breslau's not going to be even money here. But as we talked about, is going the right way, but was a little lucky to hold off Acoustic Ave last time out.
Yeah, and in fairness, based on the pick 3 and the double, Breslau's going to be the 3rd choice in here. So remember, when those first flashes come up, you can always look at the closed pools that are ending in that race. The double is the most reliable one, and you can kind of get a hint on what's going to happen.
Estimate's going to be second choice
Second choice, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, $8 in the pick 3 to the 2, 15 to the 6, and 19 to the 1.
It's been all turf and synth for exact estimate forever. 2 starts on dirt, has not yet won. Long time since been on the surface. We'll see.
The pedigree, I see the into mischief like everyone else does, but I don't know. I think when you have a trainer like Chad Brown, and even when Tom Morley got the horse, the idea was grass. It doesn't make sense to me. I've seen crazier happen, though.
For sure. Look ahead to the weekend coming up. Demoiselle, 4 years in a row. Todd Pletcher had won this race until last year at Mohima for Brad Cox. He's got a couple of chances to get back in the winner's circle on a race he has dominated over the years. Zany, one of them, who was very impressive first time out sprinting at Gulfstream back in early November.
Yeah, look, I think when you can sprint at Gulfstream and show that early speed, it goes a long way in what these horses could do. It's a weapon that you have, and sometimes when the distances get a little bit longer, that can be a little bit of a concern, but the first box that you want to check is, do you have talent? Zany showed that there is some talent there.
Dominant win, first time out, obviously quick early, but now has to stretch out. That's a tough ask from 6.5 furlongs, the only start of your career, to 2 turns in a mile and an 1/8.
Yeah, but it's, I think when you have someone like Todd Pletcher, he's not going to move Zany to this distance if he doesn't think that there's a lot about her that wants to go further. He's got all next year to see if she's a Kentucky Oaks horse. There's no reason to rush her into a spot like this if he doesn't have confidence that this is what she wants to do.
Meanwhile, Schilling, believable. They're going to get reunited, and it was Schilling who took the initiative, went to the front in the Tempted, and just kept on rolling to win by 4 lengths with Christopher Elliott aboard.
Yeah, an aggressive ride as well. And Schilling, you'd like to think, will probably get a little bit of pressure from a horse like Zany, But the one thing that you do know about Schilling is this horse has passed a 7 furlong test, which can be a challenge. Also passed a 1-turn mile test, which makes me feel like when it comes down to the mile and an 1/8, especially at this time of the year for these 2-year-olds, Schilling will be able to get the distance. But the one thing is there could be a thorn in the side in Zany from a pace standpoint.
And then Chad Brown, he'll play as well with Concurrently, who put it all together last time out as the favorite. And Pratt will be back aboard, this daughter of American Pharoah.
Yeah, Concurrently, another one that, pretty modest purchase, $150,000. Carvage Stables doesn't usually get too crazy at the sales in terms of their sales prices, but another one that passed the test at the mile, did it the right way. And I always feel comfortable with Chad's horses that they'll stretch out, at least get to the max of what their distances, their pedigree suggests, because of the way he trains them in the morning. Right? He doesn't train them overly fast. They're always on the bridle, listening to their rider, and that goes a long way. I'll also say that when a forward type finds their way into the hands of Chad Brown, a lot of good things can happen, because they're always going to finish their races, but when they have that natural speed to put them in good position, it really does set up nicely.
That's the lineup for Saturday. Demoiselle for 2-year-old filly is going to kick off that stakes action on the road to next year's Kentucky Oaks. And also, en route about maybe halfway to Kingston right now, Andy Serling, where they have that boat chartered for a little fishing trip, I think on Friday, Mute Mile.
I still want to know if he's sitting in a middle seat or not.
I can text him.
You think Andy's a sandals guy? Like he puts on sandals when he goes to like those?
Oh, I thought you meant the resort.
No, no, like when he needs to be, stomping around Jamaica with some flip flops on.
Probably gonna enjoy some beach time.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't go to Jamaica and not go to the beach.
Yeah, of course.
Javi gonna show up to the Mute Mile, bring a little star power. This race, it's been exciting to see this race grow, and I know they have aspirations to make it sort of like, what you see with the Melbourne Cup in Australia, with the Breeders' Cup, making a multi-day event. But it's continuing to get to that point, getting bigger and bigger each year.
Yeah, you know what they say, you build it, they will come. They really mean if you put up enough money and keep putting up money, then the people will bring their horses down to try to get involved. And it'd be fun to see Javier and, especially down there. These guys are celebrities, our American riders, or at least American-based riders, obviously not, nationality-wise. But it's always fun to see them down there and getting a chance to show off.
And if you've seen our coverage, too, like we know here, because we have a lot of Jamaicans that love our racing here at Aqueduct, but the greatest fans you will see at a racetrack.
Oh, absolutely. Passionate
they love
about
this
it.
sport.
Yeah, passionate about it. That's my favorite part of the A train is give me one for the 5th. Jaramillo's down there as well.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll get into the late pick 5 when we return. Light the way. Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche team up when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. As horses in the paddock for this upcoming 4th race, and it's a good one. This allowance going 7 furlongs and starting things off with the number 2, Light the Way. It does feel that with the scratches, his job did get easier on class and on his running style as well. He is quick and planning to use his speed. I would imagine this horse went right to the front behind Bishop's Bay in the 49er last time out. A horse that's going to be a main contender in the Cigar Mile this weekend, just facing significantly tougher company. Ran a huge race, 2 starts back with that 92 Beyer speed figure, and he has consistently been running figures like that throughout. So I think we'll get a chance to see him go out to the front and be able to take them every step of the way. He has won going shorter before, so certainly don't mind the slight cut back in distance. He is really kind of marching around the paddock here, which I appreciate for him, and see if he can take them every step of the way. Now, the number 1, Breslau, should be forward. He was right up there last time out when pressing pace-setting Barksdale, who will be back tomorrow. Acoustic Ave finished 2nd that day after a slow start, and will come back after scratching in here in the Elite Power stake on Saturday. But Breslau was very game, I thought, really digging in and kind of being pushed out a little bit in the stretch too, with 3 horses pretty tight down to the wire. His is a very big horse, Breslau. He is one that is always really taken up a lot of space, a lot of size to him, a lot of substance. I don't love the rail draw, given that his main speed should be just outside of him and how big he is. I think that could be a little bit of an issue for him as well. But that being said, he's very calm in the paddock, he's very strong, and he is in good form. His last couple of races have been very strong, including that win at a good price last time out. Now, the number 6, Exact Estimate, one of a couple of horses in here who's going turf to dirt, and it's that time of year where you will get a chance to see if these horses can handle the main track. Do you stick around with them through the winter running on the dirt, or do you have to either put them on the shelf or go to another track where there is some turf or synthetic available? Exact Estimate has not run on the main track in a very long time, since the very beginning of his career, and he does not have a win over it. He's won in synthetic, and most of his victories have been on turf. A high-level claim for him, a 2-back high-level claim last time out as well, and going to the main track. Now, he's not overly turf looking. It's just that he really seems to be so much more effective throughout his career running on turf or synthetic, which sometimes the synthetic can kind of mirror the turf in the way that it bounces, the way that horses get over it. So switching to the dirt, you need to be powerful in the hind end in particular. You need to have that strength, and you need to have that stamina. It's often a lot of attrition, more so on the main track. He is a little bit more angular in the way that he's put together. He's held his weight in his coat exceptionally well, as he does make his first start for Brad Cox. He cuts back in distance, which I don't mind for him at all, as he's always been a very high energy type. He's been better in his last couple of starts, including today, but I do think that he's one of those horses at a potentially short price. He's got to prove that he actually can run effectively on the main track, though we have seen for these connections, Brad Cox and Sandy Goldfarb, the horses that they've claimed have been exceptionally dangerous, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Get to the post parade coming up momentarily. Oh, this one taking a lot of money. Makes you pay attention right off the bat. Long time since we've seen this one on the surface.
Yeah, I think it's a Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt thing. I think the horse has some figures. That's the synthetic races where the horse ran well enough, got good numbers. But, there's the debut race where the horse didn't run that bad on the dirt. But I don't know. It just feels like a turf horse. And even some of the best turf performances might not be good enough figure-wise to match what these other two horses to the inside want to do on the dirt. Small field as well. Probably not going to get the meltdown that this one wants to have, the 6 coming from out of it. I mean, there is some speed in there, but, you know, still, I feel like the horse is going to range up and then realize that it's a turf race. It's not a turf race.
I know we're looking at Breslau. Like the way he's a legitimately good dirt horse. He's been competitive in graded stakes company, and that horse is taking money into him. I mean, it's amazing how much money that horse is taking, and maybe it's just Pratt getting overbet.
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, it's Pratt. You know, Brad Cox is going to have good numbers first off the claim. Breslau we're looking at, right? Yeah, I mean, look, I just think these two inside horses, they just are more consistent, you know, high-level dirt types, where exact estimate is not that. Frankly, the 3 Light the Way is the one I prefer the most. But I'm not telling you anything you don't already know.
The 2 Light the Way.
Yeah, the 2, excuse me, 2. The 3 is scratched. Who I think has an excuse last time against Bishop's Bay, who we're going to see in the Cigar Mile on Saturday, attending the pace in there, and then not having Lasix, gets back to Lasix, and obviously is not going to have to work as hard early facing the likes that he faced in that 49er.
All right, we will see what we get from this horse right here. He's taking a lot of money. Pratt, as we know, on the circuit, he's been habitually getting overbet with good reason. But we'll see if this is a horse who is effective on dirt, getting back to the surface. Breslau in sharp form and off a win, beating Acoustic Ave, who had a bad start that day.
Yeah, you can't knock that last performance, and that starter allowance definitely deserves to be taking the money this one's taking.
Like the way deserving favorite.
I just think it's going to revert back to that race 2 back, which is going to make him very difficult to beat.
Signator, the 5, he's not been on dirt going back to July of last year.
He's going to be so far back early. I just don't see him getting the pace he's going to need to close into.
Some good efforts to get some dirt horses, though, too, going a little bit longer. Exact estimate, here's Pratt on the horse moving back to dirt.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse would have caught, you know, fast ground a little bit sooner, a little bit more often if he wanted to be on dirt.
And Dear Dad has never been on dirt, only turf and synthetic.
Yeah, it just feels like a turf horse to me, taking a shot. Does have some speed, could be a pace scenario involvement from that outside post, but he'd have to be hustled to be in front of those 2 inside horses.
Here's the favorite, 6-5, Like the Way, Linda Rice. Incredible start to this meet. So if Kendra Carmouche aboard, want to remind everyone, plan, get 10 times loyalty points at Naira Bets at Gulfstream. Got to opt in. Take advantage of that at NairaBets.com.
You got to opt in.
Late pick 5 starts here. And I guess we'll see if it changes, but yeah, 5-2 is somewhat tempting on Breslau, but this one deserving favorite as we go back down to Acacia.
Yeah, and I'm going to land on the favorite in here as well. But taking a look at a couple of other horses going turf to dirt, as we mentioned, that will be a bit of a theme this time of year. And going to Signator, this is a horse that, as you mentioned, Greg, actually does have some really fast races on the go back. You look back to running in the Suburban back in 2024, and as a 2-year-old, he started out on the main track. He won his 2nd career start going a mile on dirt, and then back in 2023, he won a couple of really impressive allowance races with mid-90 Beyer speed figures on the dirt. Now, that being said, when they switched him to the grass, it seemed that he had kind of found some renewed enthusiasm for racing with those back-to-back victories back earlier this year, and kind of then trying to get back into stakes races, trying to get him back on track, and his form just in general tailed off. He's a horse that just has always carried so much weight. He never looks fit. That's very much the case for him once again as he makes his 2nd start for the Sinafias barn. But going back to the dirt, he actually looks a bit more like a turf horse overall. He's shown that he can run well on the dirt before, though. So we'll see if he can come back to some of those better efforts. And actually physically, though he has been better going longer, physically he's actually built like shorter should suit him as far as the 7 Dear Dad is concerned. This is a horse who will also cut back in distance, and he's pretty sharp, so I appreciate that about him and his demeanor. However, he looks so much more like a turf or synthetic type of runner. This is one that I think would really have to take a step forward, as it will actually be his first time ever running on the dirt, and he's a shorter price than Signator, who does have some good dirt races on the go back to potentially run back to, Greg.
All right, Akeisha, thank you. Here we go. 3-5 now. On the big favorite, the 2. Where we thought it was going to get a lot. We'll see if Light the Way wins this one. Tougher races obviously still to come. Particularly race 6 and race 7, I thought.
I completely agree. I thought the first 3 races were a little bit more approachable. The last 3 are a little bit more of a challenge. Race 6, I do this thing sometimes, especially like in claiming races, where they kind of all look the same. I'll go through, look at their figures, look at the scenarios, and then just like on a whim, just randomly write a number I think they'll run, the figure that I think they'll run, just as a kind of a guess, give me a little bit of a guide. I wrote the exact same number, like unintentionally, for the 1, 4, 7, and 8. That I just feel like they could all run the same number.
No.
It's a good exercise, actually, because it kind of gives you, I know some of the numbers you look at, it would probably work well in that arena as well. Like, what do you think they're going to run today?
Yeah.
It just kind of forces you to make a stand, and you can sometimes see an outlier.
Do you do a lot trying putting patterns together in how horses run, or no?
Not necessarily. I know that a lot of, like, Sheets and Thorograph and Ragozin are based on a lot of those patterns. That's kind of where the bounce stuff came from, a lot of it. No, I look more for...
But also big moves forward you could see from horses like who pair up.
I like to see if they're improving.
Yeah.
I like to see that pattern. But more or less, I just want to see an excuse for why they ran poorly, or to try to poke a hole in why they ran fast.
Late pick 5 starts here. 4-5 favorite. The 2 Light the Way. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Low to the outside. Dear Dad, Jimmy Rodriguez. Going in. Late pick 5. All set. And they're off. Breslau asks for speed, now takes back as Light the Way is going to be quickest. Light the Way with a nose advantage. Right to the outside comes Exact Estimate. Is now a close-up second. Just a stalking presence off Light the Way. Far outside is Dear Dad, who's a shared third with Breslau. Is in between horses, wants to go. Is right there in the 2 path here, wants to be in the early mix. The trailer, Signator, tightly packed here as they work up the backstretch. They're chasing Light the Way. Light the Way is up by a half length. Right to the outside, it's still Exact Estimate. Breslau waiting for room in third. Dear Dad is out wider, and here from the back, it's Signator. The gray splits rivals, is on the move. 22.78 was that posted. Opening quarter mile, Light the Way still in front. Here to the outside, Exact Estimate. Signator gets closer with Dear Dad out wider. Breslau lost ground there in the turn. 45.78 for a half mile time. All in. Light the Way, the favorite, still with a nose advantage. Signator right in behind this leading duo. Exact Estimate's going to be in the 2 path. 3 wide. Here comes Signator. 4 wide, Dear Dad. Light the Way. Sprints for home is still there. Light the Way fending off Exact Estimate, who's a clear second. Signator's trying to make up ground. Far outside, Dear Dad. A furlong left to go. Has Light the Way put away Exact Estimate, who's back for more. A 16th left. Light the Way hugs the rail. Light the Way will get the victory. Light the Way wins it over Exact Estimate, Signator, and Dear Dad in 1 minute 22.44 seconds.
Light the Way with the win. Kendra Carmouche, Linda Rice, and a 7-time winner now from 25 starts.
I tell you what, for those of you that were against the 6, this was a stressful race to watch.
Yes, it was.
Because he sat right outside of the 2, the winner, and was just... Kendrick was asking the 2, it felt like, just like he did earlier in the second race on the card. It felt like he was asking all the way around there. But then when the real running started, I think Exact Estimate said, where's that green stuff at? I don't like this. Where's the green stuff at? Ran well enough, but I think his best races are on the dirt. And an aggressive ride from Kendrick pays off again. asking and encouraging to have his horse in the mix early.
But you got to say, even though, yeah, where's the wanting the lawn you're referring to, but he ran better than we expected, right?
He ran well enough. He certainly did. But I think at the level of the races they probably want him to run in, I don't see him winning a big dirt race at the level that he's probably capable of winning on the grass. So I'd imagine he'll go back to the grass. But, you know, I probably wouldn't toss him as easily as I did today if he showed up on the dirt again.
Formful result in race 4 to start the late pick 5, leg 2 of this pick 6 carryover. So essentially sort of held served to this point in this pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, so far, you know, but I think that's the way it looks. It looks like the first 3 races were going to be formful. But the last 3 are where you can maybe make some money.
Indeed. Light the way here in the 4th. Odds-on winner for Linda Rice with Kendrick Carmouche. Back with you on our Thursday coverage, and this is right around the corner next week, opening day, Oaklawn Park out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's not the only show in town, but it's the main show in town.
It's only showish.
There's a lot of fun things to do in Hot Springs.
Yeah, but that's the best.
But yeah, you come for the racing.
Yes.
Well, you come for the pizza at DeLuca's, you stay for the racing.
That is true. I've heard that the hotel, Lafitte Pincaya says the spa there is like Vegas level good.
Okay.
Which is funny to hear from him.
He has time to use the spa when he's there.
Yeah, you know, he's working late at nights. Then, you know, like you said, the town's fun. They've got the Gangster Museum. There's the hot springs. There's the lakes. There's a lot of stuff to do.
Light the way. Odds on here in race 4 to start off the late pick 5, leg 2 of the pick 6 for trainer Linda Rice.
Yeah, I mean, it felt dicey for a little while if you were a believer in the 2 and against the 6, but Kendrick Carmouche was aggressive, held that position, encouraged light the way a majority of the way and was able to turn away some horses that were looming in behind. You know, Exact Estimate was looming. Signator was looming.
Breslau, the disappointment.
No, didn't run very well at all, which is interesting based off of some of the races that one's recently run. But obviously something probably went wrong to finish last like that.
$3.82 for the win. Light the way. Wins for the 7th time. 25 career starts. And very formful again. 2 legs in. But it's going to get a lot more interesting the rest of the way from here.
Look at that. Total pull, 349,000. We were close. Ish. You won. You won.
Yeah, I thought we'd get up and over 4. That's okay. Look, we're not guaranteed this gets hit today. But with this kind of start, we probably are.
You're gonna have to have some real chaos.
Yeah.
The rest of the way.
Race 5, and then we're gonna say goodbye to this guy. But you're back when?
Yeah, I come back. I come back at like 3:30, I think.
Okay. 6 furlongs, New York bred, made special weight, and Mr. Seconitis, Mrs. Seconitis, forever to go. 5-2 right now to 7.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about, these first 3 races felt a little bit more forward. A little bit more straightforward. The 7 and the 1, I thought made the most sense in here. The 6 taking money right now, the 8 taking money. Both of those feel like turf horses. Maybe not as much as I felt about Exact Estimate, but those also feel a little turfy to me.
Okay. This race, when we come back, JK gets a little break. I'm going to be joined by Acacia Clement.
I'm going to go try to find some snacks.
All right, refuel. And we'll see you back on the desk in a bit. We'll celebrate the Big A and the Cigar Mile we have coming up on Saturday when we come back.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who kicks his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
As we get ready to say goodbye to this historic racetrack, we thought we would take a look back at the great races, moments, people that have defined Aqueduct Racetrack over the years. And what better place to start with one of its most signature races, the Cigar Mile. It began in 1988 as the Naira Mile, designed as a year-end showcase for the best milers in the country. A one-turn mile on the Aqueduct dirt, fast, fair, and often decisive. Then came 1994, and a bay colt named Cigar stormed down the stretch and dominated by 7 lengths.
And Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile.
That win ignited one of the greatest streaks in racing history, 16 straight victories, and forever linked his name to Aqueduct. 3 years later, the Naira Mile officially became the Cigar Mile, honoring the champion whose legacy began right here at the Big A. The Cigar Mile has crowned some of racing's finest. Discreet Cat in 2006, setting a blistering record time of 132.46.
And Discreet Cat with another dazzling performance.
Kodiak Cowboy, who used his 2009 win to clinch an Eclipse Award.
And it's Kodiak Cowboy!
And Tonalist, the Belmont hero who proved his versatility in 2015.
The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Tonalist got there.
Year after year, the Cigar Mile is a final proving ground for the best sprinters and milers before winter settles in. And as Aqueduct prepares for its final chapter, the Cigar Mile remains a living reminder of what makes this place special: tradition, toughness, and timeless performances.
Incredible amount of history at this racetrack. It will be sad when its time is up to see it go, but of course we're all awaiting the incredible new great spot we have at Belmont for fall of 2026 at Belmont Park. It's going to be exciting, but we're going to miss this place.
Yeah, we certainly will. I think, you know, as we've seen Aqueduct get older and, you know, we've seen maybe it doesn't have the shine and the brilliance of some of the other tracks like Saratoga or like the new Belmont, but there is so much history there. And I think for many of us who have been part of racing in New York, racing fans in general, there's a lot of really special memories throughout this place as well.
Keisha Clement joining the show, by the way.
Hi.
Good to see you.
I lost my big puffy coat. It's not quite as cold up here.
Out of the cold onto
Yeah.
the desk. Coming up this Saturday, yes. Grade 2, Cigar Mile, race 10, 3:37 Eastern. Start time for the big one. And I think one of the most interesting stories of the race is Phileas Fogg, who's really kind of blossomed going longer, 1.25 mile distance, and doing it forward. Now it's going to cut back in distance.
Yeah, he is. And it's interesting that the blinkers are going on as he cuts back in distance because he is going to be turning back. He did win at a mile in the fall of 2024, but this is the shortest that we've seen him go in quite some time, and he's been able to control things on the front, but going 1.25 miles, 1.1 miles recently, 1 3/16. So I think with the addition of the blinkers, it's to make sure that he's still going to be sharp early on and still be able to try and control things, use that speed. He's also a horse that does tend to kind of, he will naturally veer in and out, as we saw really kind of exacerbated in the Jockey Club Gold Cup 2 starts back. But I think we'll get a chance to see just how good he is, and it's one of the most interesting things about the Cigar Mile races like this and the Met Mile, where you get some sprinters stretching out and some horses that have been going longer cutting back.
Meanwhile, on the outside, sure to get over bet, Flavien Prat will be aboard Bishop's Bay. He's won 5 of his last 6 starts. He's 2 for 2 at Aqueduct, and he's coming off a win in the Grade 3 49er.
Yeah, and we just saw Light the Way, who came out of that race, win, maybe not emphatically, but he did dig in to get the victory earlier on, just in the last race. And Bishop's Bay is one of those horses that I think the mile suits him quite well. They tried cutting him back to the 7/8 and the Forego. No match for the likes of Bookham Dano and some other really good horses in there. And that's just it, right? It's that he's not quite that Grade 1 type of horse. I know the Cigar Mile now a Grade 2. It's been competitive fields throughout, but I feel like in a race like this, we're going to need to see the best from Bishop's Bay.
It's been remarkably consistent, though. And we'll see how he fares against this group, and he's on quite a streak for trainer Brad Cox. He's won over $700,000 in his career, but he might need just a little bit better than what he's produced of late if he's going to be effective on Saturday. Horse who's likely going to, as usual, spot this field about 10 to 12 lengths early. Crazy Mason, but he is fun to watch when he gets into gear.
He is, and I think the fact that he was able to finish second last time out in the Vosburg, maybe not the deepest field that he's been in, but the third in the Forgo 2 starts back a positive as well, because he is a horse that leaves himself with so much to do. He won the Carter back in April, going the 7 furlongs, coming from really far out of it. He comes rolling late. The big question is will he get there in time?
He's fun to watch when he can put in that furious closing kick. And he's been good in big-time company. Look, third in the Grade 1 Forgo against Bookham Dano. At a mile, though, is that, or do you think he gets better potentially at that distance?
I don't know. I think he is most effective as a closing sprinter type of horse. He did win at 1 mile and 40 yards down at Tampa. I remember I was actually there that day covering the races, and he just really kind of outclassed what he faced that afternoon, but he was able to win going 2 turns on the dirt that day. So I think he's shown that the distance was okay, and then understandably they tried him in races like the Sam F. Davis and the Tampa Bay Derby, but he was better when they cut him back in distance.
All right, that's coming up again, 3:37 Eastern, Saturday coverage on our final huge card of this 2025 calendar year here in New York. Let's get back to today's action. Race 5, 6 furlongs, New York bred maiden special. And here is Ms. Seconitis, forever to go. 5 runner-ups and 8 starts.
Yeah, she has to be a little bit frustrating. She even runs second on turf. It doesn't matter what surface she's running on.
Favored again right now, has burned up a lot of money. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, and it's always problematic when you see a horse start to accumulate all those seconds, not getting it done. She still earned $90,000. It truly does pay to have New York breds. They do start with an advantage. She has speed, though, so I don't think it's one of those cases where she gets there and hangs and doesn't want to beat horses. She's just not seeing it out, and that could be problematic. She looks great. Mark Hennig does really good work. His horses look good. This one is no exception, but she's going to have to deal with some speed to her inside. We'll talk about the 2 Rare Society, owned and bred by Barry Schwartz, just making a nice impression. I like this horse getting blinkers on. I just think it was a little bit of like running with the emergency brake on, and maybe this will give this horse a little bit more focus, a little bit more continuity. I thought Rare Society was pretty interesting. And the 1 horse is, I think, the other speed that the 7 Forever to Go is going to have to deal with. But Forever to Go is drawn outside, so maybe it gives Flavien Prat, her rider, some options. But 3-9's fine for Dave Duggan. Everybody knows I'm a big Dave Duggan fan. His horses look good. He has them well prepared. And from the inside, doesn't that kind of simplify things for Louis Rivera Jr.? You got to allow this horse to use her natural speed. And really, she would be the one that would get the paddock check mark. I love what I'm seeing in this horse's coat. And this is an odd time of year, right? Where the weather's changing, getting colder. You have colder nights, some nights not as cold. So the horses are almost caught a little bit in between. Do they grow their coat out naturally? Does it, something that kind of inhibits that? But boy, she could not look any better. Rich, hydrated, resplendent coat, and the inside post. I know if I'm riding her, got to come and get me.
She showed that speed last time out. She's got the rail. You'd think she has to go, and she gets a little assist as well with the 5 coming out of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Speed is dangerous, especially with Red Velvet Cake, who's going to be a huge player in here, especially off that debut coming out. You've got some other horses that have kind of hit or miss type of form. So 3-9's fine, went to the front end last time out, ran very well. Her dirt races have been much stronger, too, than that lone turf try.
But you still have this one, and she is quick. She has turf sprint speed. Mm-hmm. You would expect her to go as well. And in fact, she's coming in fresh off since May. Probably going to fire out of the gate.
It's just she's so hard to trust at a short price. Maybe she'll do well off of the layoff, I'm sure, being a New York bred, and especially that they tried her a couple times on turf. They did not want to miss all of Saratoga, all of those races in the fall. More opportunity to run in some of those New York bred restricted races. But if she can go back to some of those dirt races, she can be one that will be effective in New York bred company throughout the winter. She's quick, but she has had 8 starts without being able to get the win, 5 seconds and a third. And right there, it looked like she was in front and then got past. She's just tough to trust at a short price.
She had a 2.5 length lead in the stretch back in November. She gets nailed. Mm-hmm. She had a 5.5 length lead, in February of this year gets nailed. 2-length lead in the stretch late March got nailed. Any positives, though, in the fact that she went to the bench, had a little bit of time away, and maybe got to mature and grow up a little bit?
It's possible. I don't know the story, but I would be surprised if it was by design and thinking, let's give her time. I would imagine she maybe had some reason. Maybe it was something that, something small that had been nagging her, and they said, okay, well, she's not winning. Let's give her some time and try to come back for some of the winter New York bred races, perhaps. But yeah, it's always a little bit of a tough pill to swallow when you have a New York bred that's just not able to get through those New York bred conditions. That being said, she's obviously able to handle both surfaces, and she has speed. So maybe she'll find herself in the right kind of field now.
We'll see potentially this one here, and Luis Rivera Jr. a leg up, and the 7 Forever to Go can hook up and battle on the front. If those two do go head to head, who do you think it sets it up for? Or do we not know?
Good question. I know. Beyond then, it's a little bit tough. I wonder if Patience and Grace with the blinkers coming off, I thought she had kind of an odd trip last time out where she was kind of high-headed in no man's land, just looking wide and leaning on that left lead. She picks up Jamie Rodriguez today. She actually ran okay, 2 starts back, closing. So wondering if maybe she might be one to pick up some pieces, or Rare Society, who was a distant third behind 3-9's Fine.
Kick off the post parade with David Duggan's filly here. 3-9's Fine. Off the layoff, ran runner-up after being on the lead.
She was second best last time, but has run very well in her dirt starts.
Here is Linda Rice's Rare Society. Blinkers go on.
Finished a distant third last time out. See if the equipment change does help her.
Kevin Bondbarn with Patience and Grace.
Blinkers coming off on this one. She will be closing late.
Luminescent cuts back in distance, comes in from Finger Lakes.
Has not shown anything in those 2 starts yet. We'll see what she does against New York breds.
First time on dirt, Sassetti.
This is one on pedigree and on physical I could not recommend trying the main track.
Here's the one who's starting to make a career out of being on the runner-up. Forever to Go.
And she's a short price. She's had some fast races, and she has Flavian Pratt. Perfect recipe for 6-5.
Will of a Woman, a little interesting. And her first 2 dirt starts were okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I always thought that she looked like a horse that wanted to go long on turf, and it seems that Tom Morley thought the same. We'll see what she does back to the main track.
And Red Boots, her dirt debut came last start. She did not show a whole lot.
No, she ran so much better on turf first time out than she did on dirt last time. She showed no speed last time and just couldn't keep up with the field.
Even money on the 7?
Do you think that's Flavian Pratt?
Yes, but wow. I mean, we saw him get overbet in the last, although the horse did run good on the dirt, getting back on dirt. Get signed up, play with Naira Bets. Bonus 200, that code to use for new members at sign up to get that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus at nairabets.com. Wow. I did not see that short of a price here. Meanwhile, you're getting 3-1 on 3-9's Fine, who potentially could move forward off that about 6-month layoff last start. And even if she doesn't move forward, that might be good enough to win here.
Yeah, absolutely. She came back and I tried the turf with her. She didn't handle it. She gets back to the main track and, comes out of the common races. You see Rare Society and Patience and Grace in there. This Patience and Grace, as I mentioned, she was wide the whole time throughout and just never really looked like she got into a comfortable rhythm. Rare Society, I think, is kind of a funny horse because it's a Linda Rice that's been 39-1, 23-1, and 37-1 in her 3 starts thus far. I think 3-9's Fine is the one that you want out of there. She did the dirty work on the front end. She was second best in there, but I thought has run well. She ran well in her 2 prior dirt starts too, including that race back in April where she was a main track only.
And as you see, long way back to third, who was Rare Society, will be the 2 next door this afternoon in the rematch. 3-9's Fine, 3-1 on the board. Let's go back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, this is a very, very intriguing, tough race to handicap. I did land on the 3-9's Fine. I just love the way this horse looks. She's got natural speed. I think her success is certainly predicated on exactly what the 7 Forever to Go, your favorite, does and how much pressure is applied there. But I think with the rail, Luis Rivera Jr. basically has one way to go, and that's forward. She looks good. I feel like she took a step forward last time, and maybe there's another step forward. Horse that was, third in that event, well beaten. The 2 Rare Society has felt like a work in progress all along. Now, they did try this horse on the turf second start, but she's a half to Awesome Check, who is very good on turf, just ran second in an open company graded stake at Churchill Downs. So you could see why they would want to try it, but she is by Central Banker, and I always find the genetics of these things very fascinating, interesting. Definitely see a lot more influence from Central Banker, and you get a fast horse from Central Banker, usually a fast dirt horse. The 3 Patience and Grace I thought is very interesting too. This horse has just had some very wide trips to no place. I agree wholeheartedly with Acacia about that. And you get Jamie Rodriguez, who's a rider that I've just been so impressed with. I mean, he had the bug here, and I thought, he's okay. Boy, has he just taken his game to another level. Has been riding lights out on this Aqueduct course. Really like what I'm seeing from Jamie Rodriguez, and the filly looks really good for Kevin Bond as well. And then the 8-horse Will of a Woman didn't grab my attention in the paddock. Really liked her on the racetrack, and I like her getting back to the dirt. If you put just her 2 dirt races in the form and take her turf races out of it, suddenly she's looking a little bit different and a lot better, and I think she's well drawn. And I guess she would be the one I'd be looking for maybe to pick up some pieces if things get a little bit heated on the front end. But guys, this track's yielding some fast times. We got a strip that's very glib, and the horses seem to be bouncing over the top of it. So, we're going to see some good horses run over the weekend. We may even see a track record fall as fast as this track seems to be.
Yeah, it's a good point, Meg. I think we saw real proof of that with Time to Win's performance in race number 2, 133-2 for the mile, in that maiden breaking win that sort of grabbed everyone's attention to the fact that this could be a very fast racetrack today as we load up. And I agree with Meg. I think maybe the one picking up the pieces, if there is a battle up front, could be the 8.
Yeah, certainly could. I mean, she ran fine in her first 2 dirt races at the beginning of her career, so see what she does as she comes in fresh as well.
Chris Griffin with the call. Start of the late pick 4. Here's the 5th.
Luminescent. Red Boots. Manny Franco. Last to load. Red Boots goes in. All set. And they're off. Red Boots broke outward, but broke quickly. Rare Society is in that early mix, and at the rail, 3-9's fine. 3-9's fine. Rare Society, they hook up early. They're 1-2, and just off of them is going to be Red Boots, who's a well-settled 3rd. Sassetti, in between horses there in 4th, is to the outside of Patience and Grace, who's in 5th. Back there in 6th is going to be Will of a Woman. Forever to go, second to last, and the trailer, Luminescent. 4 furlongs left to go, 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing 3-9's fine. 3-9's fine is up by a neck. All in towards the outside here. Rare Society still a close-up second. Red Boots is 3 wide. Sassetti looking for room. In the blue silks, the gray. Right there at the rail is waiting patiently here as the leader. 3-9's fine. We'll bring him to the quarter pole. Out wider is Will of a Woman with a wide journey. In between horses, Patience and Grace, tightly bunched on the front end. And 3-9's fine is still strong. 3-9's fine tries to sprint away. Sassetti will hold the rail position, starts to move up at the rail. Still challenging Rare Society to the outside, a furlong left to go. Rare Society, 3-9's fine. They've been at it since they sprung the latch, and Rare Society is kicking away. Rare Society up by a length and a half, 2. Rare Society will win it. Rare Society photo here for second. 3-horse photo. Patience and Grace to the outside with in between horses there. 3-9's fine, and at the rail, Sassetti and 1 minute 10 and 4.
Rare Society upset Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera, and turns the tables after being very far behind 3-9's fine last start.
Gets the blinkers on today, and she got the right kind of trip. The number 7, Forever to Go, had trouble at the start, and so did not end up being part of the pace, but 3-9's fine. The 1 went right to the front end, and we saw a little bit of pressure there too, and just in the proverbial catbird seat was Ruben Silvera and Rare Society able to get the win today.
3rd start off a layoff. Linda Rice continues her hot start to this meet and rolls by 3-9's fine. We'll go back to that beginning in a moment, but considering the fact the 7 did stumble, seemed like 3-9's fine was going to be awfully tough here.
Yeah.
Not the case.
Yeah, and hats off to Ruben Silvera. He did not allow Rare Society to be too far back, and I think he put her in exactly the right spot. He's been riding very well here as the number 7 in the white blinkers at the start. She does stumble and take a little bit of a stutter step there, so she was at the back early on, not on the lead as we anticipated on paper.
With that, 3-9's fine. Almost gift wrapped here, but cannot convert. Rare Society blinkers on for Linda Rice, Ruben Silvera, and Barry Schwartz winning connections with, thought our first real sort of big challenge and upset might come in the next race. It winds up coming here in race 5.
Yeah, it felt that this was if you didn't completely trust the favorites and the 1 and 7, and they obviously had some real questions to answer, that it might have opened it up to potentially a horse like this, Rare Society, who would be closing at the end of the day. It is a Linda Rice horse that you're going to get a nice price of 13-1.
Big upset here in the 5th to start the pick 4. We'll have the prices when we come back. 2, 1, 3, 6. We'll have the story of this young man making his way in the toughest jockey colony in the game. Lane Leslie with his father right by his side. Stay with us. Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. These waters are cold today.
You don't want to be found there.
Good to have you with us here as we're underway the late pick 4 and our first real big upset in this pick 6 carryover. Rare Society, Linda Rice Barn, Ruben Silvera breaks her maiden career start number 4. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And so pleased to be joined by Ruben. And Ruben, Rare Society rode her the last time for the first time. and adds blinkers today. Did you feel like she needed the blinkers? Was that your suggestion?
In the first time when you roll her, I told the assistant, I tell you know what, she need definitely blinker because she's very good, but the problem is when you feel it there in the face, she stopped running, but in the stretch, when you open, she running back. So with the blinker, probably help you be sharp, Today, she broke good, so, I try to be close in the speed.
She broke very sharp, and you were just laying right up the speed. She was always traveling well.
Well, so just try, very good,
Ruben, you had a little incident yesterday. You had a pretty tough-looking fall. I watched it at Parks, but you're fine.
I am good. Thank you, God, for blessing me. He's taking me in the race. So my horse is, I don't know what happened. So he hit the fence. So I am here,
Well, we're glad you're here. Terrific ride, and you're always aggressive. That's something that you probably picked up riding at some of these smaller tracks. So being aggressive, putting horses in the game.
You know what? I try looking how the track. Today the track look fast. So I try see how how the race go.
Congratulations. Great job. You got to do your homework, and this man's doing his homework, making a good impression. And guys, I won a lot of races in these silks for Barry Schwartz. My first win for Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, 1980, little gray filly named Horrified.
Black and white silks of Barry Schwartz have been incredibly successful, and a lot of memorable runners over the years, including one of my all-time favorites. But the summer to never forget at Saratoga with 4 wins.
Yeah, Butasong.
Yes.
Such a good horse. Well, Rare Society, 13-1 generous price on this horse, who I would imagine if you're playing the pick 6, that might be one that those who wanted some coverage might have included, but good luck if you're still alive, halfway there.
Yeah, automatically with that result, going to be rewarded with that performance. Race 6, 1-turn mile, $10,000 claiming race. And I know we just had a 13-1 upset, but things get a little more difficult here. I thought this is a wide open race.
You have a tepid 3-1 favorite to the outside. I thought this was a really tough race.
Lane Luzzy will be on the 7. Foxy Cara, and a rider who certainly had the pedigree to be successful in this sport. Lane Luzzy, whose father Mike went over 3,400 races on this circuit when he was a rider. Now the two have joined forces, with Mike serving as his son's agent, trying to help him accomplish some of the things he was unable to during his riding days.
For jockey Lane Luzzy, it wasn't a matter of if, but when he would fulfill his dream of riding races.
Being a jockey is the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I mean, I was good in school, I played sports, like any normal kid, but there was no plan B for me. I just wanted to be a jockey, grow up watching my dad here at Aqueduct, Belmont, and it was just always a treat to come out to the races. I love horses in general, and I have the physique for it, so this is what I was born to do.
Even his father, former rider and now his agent, Mike Luzzy, knew it was just a matter of time.
If he wasn't in school, he was in the jockey's room. So he kind of grew up in a jockey's room and was always around it and always wanted to be here. He learned to ride on the Equicizer before he ever rode a real horse. But he did start getting on horses right at Belmont Park. He went to Florida Park Memorial across the street. And when he started working, he would work in the morning first and then go to high school.
As Lane's career expanded, the two worlds collided in Texas before one special afternoon in Queens.
I went to Texas for 10 days and rode with him for the 10 days, and that was an experience. We actually rode one race here.
There was somebody else named on the horse that I ended up riding, but for whatever reason, they needed a jockey, and they loaded us in the gate at the same time, and we just kind of looked over, and you couldn't really believe it, but at the same time, you're focused on doing your job, and we just both had a passion for race riding and horse racing in general. It was really cool.
When it came time for Mike to call it a career, he never expected to become a full-time agent, especially for his son.
I'll start by saying I never thought I'd be an agent or wanted to be an agent. It was kind of a surprise to me. I was in Saratoga and getting on horses, and when the horses left in November, matter of fact, I was the last one on the track exercising a horse. I went a few weeks kind of bummed out that the horses were gone, and that's when Lane came up with the idea to be his agent.
I needed something to get me started, and he was wrapping up his career and needed something to do. And it was always something we joked about, how we would never do what we're doing now, working together, father and son. And it's just kind of how the cards were played. We both love this profession. We both love horse racing. It was almost meant to be.
The name Luzzy has become a staple in New York racing over the last 30 years. And it doesn't look like that will change anytime soon.
I'm home, I'm here. I grew up a few miles from here, and I've done a little traveling in my time, but I'm home now. I'm excited to be here and enjoying the ride.
Tough circuit to try and remain on as a young rider, and it's got to feel real good to have Dad in your corner who was successful and knows what it takes to win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike Luzzy has been there and done that, and I'm sure a great sounding board for Lane as well. Doesn't always get the most mounts and the most opportunities, but I think really tries to make the most of the ones that he does have. Won a race this past weekend, and will look to do so with Foxy Cara, who's a big player in this race.
Let's bring in Mig here. Mig, what you've seen from Lane Luzzy, and we know one thing, what we saw at Saratoga, he can take a punch or a kick.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately that one day Lane did take a pretty good shot, shook it off, goes back to work, and that's the kind of the mentality or the constitution of a jockey, if you will. I'm very proud of Lane. I watched him grow up. I mean, and he's somebody that has put a lot into this, and you know, you talk about his dad, Mike Luzzy was one heck of a race rider. I mean, and the biggest compliment I could pay a jockey is to call him a race rider. There are a lot of jockeys, they have a license, they go out and do their job. A race rider is somebody who dedicates themselves to the craft of riding racehorses. And his dad, Mike, is a great example. His work ethic, the way he approached things for Lane. And when I watch Lane ride, I see so many similarities to Mike. It's uncanny, you know, because they only got to ride that one race together, but the way he, you know, goes to a left-handed crop, the way he hand rides, you know, Mike was very strong. Lane's heading in that direction. And it's much like watching all of these young trainers that are having such success now. Miguel Clement, you know, Riley Mott. It's just fun that you watch them grow up and then follow in their father's footsteps and having great success, but also earning that success. Nothing was handed to any of these guys. So it's fun to watch Lane evolving into a race rider.
Been a lot of fun seeing this next generation kind of step into the limelight here. And this race coming up, maybe on the horse to beat in Foxy Cara.
Yeah, the favorite right now to the outside is Divine Grace, and you can understand that as that one finished second last time out. But Foxy Cara, a horse that also is coming in off of a second since moving back to the main track. We've seen Lane team up with Carlos Figueroa, and I think a horse that does make a lot of sense in here.
There she is. Lane Luzzy will ride. He's been the regular pilot for this 5-year-old mare. 3-time winner. Competitive last time out against potentially better company. We'll have the 6th when we come back.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races with our first big upset coming in this Pick 6 carryover pack in race 5. Now we get into what seemed like one of the more competitive races going into today in this $10,000 claiming one-turn mile. Here is Divine Grace, who currently is our favorite, but has to prove that out-of-town form can translate here.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question for me is, can she bring her show on the road as she comes to the Nairo circuit? We've seen Jamie Ness always do well since coming here, but I think I remember Andy showing a stat where it was a bit more with allowance horses than claiming horses. But that being said, always dangerous. This horse dropped down to this level at Parks last time out, where she was bumped when the horse next to her lost the rider at the start. But she still was able to get to the front end and ended up kind of being second best in there. But I thought did some dirty work on the front end. And we'll see what she does. She does have that very fast 72 by her speed figure at Delaware back in July. But lately, that seems to kind of stand out.
And she likes to be forward to do it, and you got the 2 here stretching out from a sprint, who might be a thorn on her side. Let's go down to Mig for more.
Yeah, guys, an interesting competitive group. Just purely on looks at watching horses getting around the paddock. One horse that caught my eye that, I wasn't really on top of as far as my handicapping on paper is the 4. I'm assuming it's Floge, or is it Floge? You guys can correct me when it gets back to the desk. Just very well turned out. She wasn't one of the horses I would have picked on paper, but I thought she was worth mentioning from that physical perspective. Horse that I love on paper, love the way she looks, is the 7, Foxy Cara. Now, Carlos Figueroa and I are very close friends. We grew up together. We raced ponies together. Carlos was the trainer. Me and David Figueroa were the jockeys. We've worked with horses since we're little kids together, and he does a great job. Trained a lot and was off to a very successful training career in the 80s. Things went off track a little bit. Now Carlos is back training horses. Foxy Cara could not look any better. Talking with Carlos, he says they're going to be aggressive. They're aware of the fact that the track is, definitely on the fast side. And she's a filly that's a bit of a grinder. She just stays on a little bit, one pace. And guys, we just had an incident behind me here in the paddock, and there will be a late scratches. We've got a loose horse and just apprehended here, but the 5 horse did rear up, lose her balance, fall over, and completely took down the railing going to the paddock. Thankfully, she didn't fall off of that ledge there, but that was a pretty aggressive move. She looks like she's okay, but she will be a late scratch. It's not official yet, but when that happens, there's no way this filly would be allowed to run. And tell you what, the groom did a heck of a job being able to apprehend her after she did that. I don't know if you guys could hear the noise off the thing, but wow, I thought the grandstand was coming down on me for a second there. The rail is completely down, so they're going to have to get that fixed. It just shows you how powerful these horses are. Man, she just took out 3 rows of that railing there. Getting back to Foxy Cara, she's a bit of a grinder, so she needs to be forward. Lane Luzzy knows her well. We're coming out of the Lane Luzzy feature, and she looks great. Again, full disclosure, I am a big Carlos Figueroa fan, and his horses tend to look really, really good. And then your favorite, the 8, Divine Grace, speed from the outside. Now it's kind of, there will be a delay here, guys, as they try to get this railing fixed, and a bunch of people working on it right now. So they're bringing the horses inside right now. Divine Grace, doesn't it feel like when you look at her form, there's really a good race or a really bad race? There's very little in between. Either she runs really well or not at all. And it's been my experience, and I have no firsthand knowledge of this filly, so I'm not trying to represent anything. But it's always been my experience when you get a horse that's either really good or really bad, it's because they usually have a breathing issue. And if they get in a position where they get in a good rhythm and they're not panicking, where they're using themselves inefficiently and they get to breathing the wrong way, then they don't run as well. So being outside probably helps her, going a one-turn mile here. All of her other mile races, wore around 2 turns. So now she gets an opportunity with a good draw to get in a good rhythm, and maybe that helps her find her A race.
We'll see. I mean, she likes to win. She's 11 for 36, but yeah, there is not a ton of consistency to Mig's point with her.
No, she's not the most consistent, and she has been running against a bit tougher out of town, as it is now official that the number 5 Rodeo Star, a late scratch when they do flip and land on their hocks. It's an automatic scratch here at NYRA no matter what. So good to see that she was up and apprehended and well looked after there in the paddock. So slight delay. I have actually seen that happen before where that temporary rail, and it is positioned like that, Greg, so that if something does happen, it will collapse and makes it safer in that situation in the paddock. So it looks like they'll get a leg up inside the saddling stalls instead.
All right, so brief delay, 5 comes out, and here comes our post parade. And we'll start with Miss Lau, who I mean, she was right there with Foxy Cara last time out. I thought, and obviously the price is much, much better. She has a lot better races than Foxy Cara as well.
Yes, she does. Now, her better races came when she was with Dennis Allman, but it seems that in her last couple of starts, she's maybe kind of gotten back on track a little bit at the lower levels.
Spring Magic just went by.
She stretches back out in distance.
And the 3 slowly moving up the ramp here. Here's Farmhouse for Dennis Allman.
She's tricky. She's always one that's a little bit difficult prior to her races, but she was a horse that Dennis Allman claimed without success. She's been very disappointing, so we'll see if the clash drop helps her.
I'm in the dark as well. I'll go with Floge for this one here. Jesus Romero.
That's what Chris Griffin, I think, usually says something.
Dolce Sarah. Blinkers come off after a 1-race experiment.
Yeah, they put the blinkers on last time. Unfortunately, the race prior to that did not leave you much to be excited about.
Lane Luzzy, we saw the feature, just went by in Foxy Cara.
If you cross out the turf race 2 back, in general, she's been in very good form and rather consistent.
And Divine Grace, that strong out-of-town form. Can it translate here in the New York debut?
I think she's the horse to beat. I just do wonder if she can bring those races from Parks and Laurel and other tracks here to New York.
If you're playing with NYRA Bets, get a 10% bonus today on Exactas at Aqueduct. You got to opt in to take advantage at nyrabets.com for that 10% Exacta bonus. Every little bit helps. Don't forget to opt in as we get back to Lane Luzzy and Foxy Cara. 3 for 38 lifetime and was battling with Miss Lau for second. Just edge out Miss Lau in that performance. Certainly a contender, but I don't see, there's not much separating these two to me.
No, I see what you're saying. Miss Lau was pressing the pace setter, and the winner wired the field, so I kind of felt that they just went 1-2 around, whereas Foxy Cara, we saw her wire the field 3 races back, and then last time she actually ran on up the rail to nab second from Miss Lau. To me, the reason I prefer Foxy Cara over Miss Lau is that, like I said, if you cross out the turf race, in general, Miss Foxy Cara has been in very good form, even finishing a distant second back in Saratoga, going a mile and an 1/8, which she definitely does not want to go that far. Whereas Miss Lau, she was in such good form for a while with Dennis Allman, and then was rather disappointing for Linda Rice. Maybe the last 2 races are a sign that she's taken a step forward in the right direction. I just think that we need to see her, too, bring it back to the NYRA circuit and show that she still has those races in there.
6-1 from the rail for Miss Lau. Again, was just behind this one. Foxy Cara last time out. Foxy Cara with Lane Luzzy, second choice on the board at 3-1. As wow, the public piling on here on Divine Grace, down to 8-5 right now as we go back to Mig.
Well, and you could understand also, Jamie Ness, over 330 wins this year, and that's such a huge number for a trainer. But getting back to, my top selection, Foxy Cara, She just looks great. I liked her draw. She's outside. She should get in the race the right way. Again, Carlos Figueroa's horses look tremendous. And other people are starting to notice, too. You know, with a small string of horses, Carlos has put together a couple of winners. So I think 4 winners this year so far, but his horses have run well. And he just picked up some horses for Bruno Schickendance. So people are starting to pay attention and notice because his horses are certainly noticeable on the racetrack, in the paddock, and he does a tremendous job. Just need Foxy Cara to be forward and keep grinding the way she does. The other horse that caught my eye that I didn't talk about in the paddock that I thought was worth mentioning is the 2 Spring Magic. You know, she is stretching out off of the last race. She'd been a mile the 2 previous starts, but then 6 furlongs. And a lot of times that's really kind of sharpens them up a bit, right? When they stretch back out, was in a chase mode there. And you get Reylu Gutierrez, who is going to be plying his trade here all this winter. And I really hope that Reylu just settles down, gets in one jurisdiction, and stays put. I think he's hurt his career by bouncing around too much. You've got to establish yourself. And I think Reylu has the ability to make it here. He's just got to dig in and work hard. And that's, you know, what do they say? The harder you work, guys, the luckier you get.
See if it pays off here coming out. One of the tougher races, but then we'll see if this 8-5 comes through. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's that easy. But Divine Grace has to prove it here in New York.
Yeah, but the way she's being bet, I think, is very telling, too. And like Richie said, I'm sure you see the connections, and that's appealing as far as a potential win candidate in this spot. But I did think that it was a little bit more evenly matched, like we saw with some of the early betting as to who might step forward.
But she likes to do it on the front end, too, which I thought the presence of the 2 makes it problematic for her running style.
Yeah, she certainly could. I mean, the 2, when she went to the front end, front end prior to that in Saratoga while sprinting, but her race is going long, 2 and 3 back. She doesn't break that quick, and she kind of rushes herself up, so she may not be quick enough to get there early.
See what happens here in the 6th. Start of the final 3 of this card, halfway point of this Pick 6. We just had our first big upset back in race 5. Chris Griffin the call.
Divine Grace. Divine Grace to the outside. Last to load. Divine Grace. Just in behind the gate. Divine Grace, Jamie Rodriguez. Just getting Foxy Cara situated. With 7. Divine Grace. Steps forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Breaking very sharply. Divine Grace on the far outside, and in between horses moving on through is Farmhouse in that early mix too. Towards the inside, it's Spring Magic and Miss Lau. They line up on the front end. Miss Lau is now quickest, puts a nose in front. Going right with that leader, though, is Spring Magic. It's no easy leads as they come out of the chute and hook up at the back stretch. And Spring Magic now with the neck in front. Plenty of pressure from Miss Lau, and they are 3 lengths in front of now a well-settled Farmhouse is right there from 3rd. Orange cap is Foxy Cara, who's a challenging 4th. It's a lineup of 3 there, as Floge is in that mix, and in between horses, there's Divine Grace. Far back, Dolce Seta is the trailer. 22.79 for the opening quarter mile, and Spring Magic had to work to get there. Is now up by 2. Off the pace is going to be Miss Lau, who's trying to re-rally towards the outside with less than a half mile to go. 45 and 4, quick half mile time. Spring Magic, Miss Lau, they're 1-2. Farmhouse starts to warm to the task, and here comes Farmhouse, who is in the early mix, is back for more. And Farmhouse is making a big move 3 wide here, is about to challenge for that lead. Just behind them is Foxy Cara, all in. To the outside here of Flo. She's making hard work of it there in 5th, but is starting to make up some ground now as they reach the top of the stretch. And still battling on. Miss Lau has got more. Miss Lau is kicking away from Farmhouse, who's grinding away up on the outside, trying to catch that leader. Floge, Foxy Cara, Divine Grace far back, a furlong left to go. Can Farmhouse try one final time here to the outside? To the inside, it's Miss Lau with a nose advantage to the outside. Delilah, Rivera, Farmhouse. They're trying to get up in time. It's going to be tight. Photo finish. Farmhouse to the outside, to the inside. Miss Lau finishing third was Flo. Just a photo for fourth in 1 minute 38 seconds flat.
Maybe Farmhouse in a battle here for Miss Lau. Dennis Lohman Barn turf back to dirt for this 3-year-old filly.
And I think it was only natural because Andy Serling left for Jamaica today, and I think he's picked her every single time since Dennis Lohman claimed her. But good for Delilah Rivera. We've seen her riding here for the last month or so. I think she just got up in time. She's had actually a couple of tough beats, and I'm sure that has to be an incredibly gratifying win here on the NYRA circuit for a 7-pound apprentice.
6'7", 4'8".
6'1", 4'8".
Thank
Yes.
you. Can't see today.
Greg doesn't have his glasses.
Farmhouse with the win. 6-1, I believe that says.
Yes.
For Dennis Lohman, yeah, Andy has been all over this one as he is almost a couple more hours probably before he touches down in Kingston.
I wonder. We should be getting the
How long's
live
the flight?
updates. I can't remember.
He
From
may
New
be there by
York-
now.
Well, let's see. Last year I went from New York and back to Florida, so I think it's almost about 3.5.
Oh, yeah, he's probably
From New
there
York.
by now.
Yes, he's probably there.
See if we
Pretty
can check
easy
in.
flight, yeah. We should have put a camera on him and just followed him.
That would have been great.
This horse was very game, though. It looked like she was done and just kept coming. And you were right about Miss Lau. That last race was a big step back in the right direction for her.
Farmhouse the win, another upset here in a race that we thought was a danger going in, and it produces an upset. We're going to have a timeout. We'll talk Andy Serling and what's ahead for him this weekend, along with Maggie Wolfendale, who's already in Kingston. Caymanas, Mute Mile coming up on our Saturday coverage. Javier Castellano will be there as well as the Mute Mile continues to grow in prominence. Stay with us. Back with you on our Thursday coverage. This is Ahead, and that's where Andy Serling's headed to cover this Butte Mile along with Maggie Wolfendale.
It's so much fun. It's such a warm and lovely track. Amazing fans. Such a great day of racing. So much pride there as well. Really excited about the Butte Mile on Saturday, and looking forward to this field as well. I was just reading articles, and Ride All Day going to be ridden by Javier Castellano, also co-owned by Olympic gold medalist Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, who I was always a huge fan of. Those Jamaican sprinters, they're pretty good.
Yes, they are. As they've proven time and time again. So we have that coming up on Saturday, along with our Cigar Mile Saturday coverage from here in New York. Let's get back to race 6 on this Pick 6 carryover afternoon. Farmhouse, Dennis Lallman, and 27-year-old former tattoo artist in her native Puerto Rico.
Wow.
Delilah Rivera with the win.
Good for her. She's gotten close a couple of times, so I'm sure very rewarding to get this win here in New York.
Absolutely. Farmhouse, yet another upset here in this Pick 6 carryover. Let's head down to Mig.
Yeah, and I got to talk or meet Delilah just the other day with her agent, the incredible, one of the greatest riders in the history of the game, Angel Cordero Jr. And the fact that Angel even took her book speaks volumes about what they think of her and her potential. I mean, Angel took a chance with a young rider named John Velasquez many years ago. Now, you're going to see Turning for Home horses running. She went to turn her crop over, and it just kind of got away from her. But she went back to, good, strong hand ride, just didn't lose her cool, stayed in rhythm with her horse. You got to appreciate this from a young rider who used the crop, not to panic and just to stay with the hand ride. I think Angel must be having her on the equicizer every night for hours at a time. She did not finish like a 7-pound apprentice losing the crop and staying together with her horse. And it's all about rhythm, keeping them balanced, keeping the bridle up in their mouth, helping him in those late stages. All horses are tired late. They need that rider to give them that guidance, that reassurance. And she did a heck of a job there. And I'm so happy for Angel as well as Delilah.
And good for her to get this win and no flinch whatsoever, despite some adversity happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. In the stretch, and it looks like she goes to kind of try to switch hands, and that can happen. You're going fast. I'm sure the adrenaline's pumping. I'm sure she's thinking, I've got a big chance there, and then ends up dropping the crop in the stretch. But her horse was very game. Farmhouse, who was taking that big drop in class, and she found herself in the right spot today and able to gut out the victory. Had to work for it, but like I said, I'm sure very, very exciting and rewarding.
So a 6-1 upset after a 13-1 upset in the prior race. And that Pick 3 giving you a little tale of what's to come if you're alive at this Pick 6, $242. Not bad. After a very formful first 2 legs, things have opened up quite a bit here.
Yeah, definitely has. I mean, we were talking about it, how much that 8 horse in the past race took so much money. Thought it seemed more wide open on paper, and that's exactly what it was. So be pretty interesting going into the last 2 legs.
This, I thought, maybe the most difficult race on the entire card. Board sort of reflecting that right now. Feature race, 1-turn mile, New York bred allowance optional claiming field. What were your thoughts here?
Well, you've got a tepid 7-2 shot favorite on Cut the Cord, first off the claim for Rob Falcone to the inside. Russian Realm also taking attention, coming out of New York bred company. I thought that this was a really, really tough and competitive race. Even horses like to the outside, Chief Liam, who won nicely for Kenny McPeak last time out. I thought a very interesting field coming up.
The King's Leap, the 8, has won 5 of his last 7, but King's Leap and Chief Liam, they need to get a little bit faster, but 3-year-olds seem to really be improving late in the year now.
Yeah, and we heard it even from Ruben Silvera saying how fast the track is too. If you see horses be forwardly placed and maybe be able to get to the front end, we've seen some very fast times throughout on this card today as well.
I enjoyed it. I'm leaving you.
How dare you?
Jonathan Kitchen, he'll be back with Acacia, I believe, swapping seats.
Yes, I'll slide over there.
Acacia will host, JK back in the analyst seat, and they will talk, among other things, the Remsen coming up over the weekend. Big one for 2-year-olds as we turn the page to the Triple Crown Trail for 2026. Talking for Danny Gargan, distant second to Napoleon Solo, who was dynamite in the Champagne, getting set to make his 3rd career start.
$6,600,000. $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now. Bid now $650,000. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Now's the time to subscribe to the NyraBets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NyraBets on YouTube.
Cigar Mile Saturday on America's Day at the Races, live from Jamaica. Andy Serling and Maggie Wolfendale are on track live for the Mute Mile Invitational from Caymanas Park. Watch on FS2 and play at NyraBets.
Elite power to the front. And the 16 pole very clear. And gonna take the lead to sprint. But Elite Power does it again.
75 and a half. In the back, 550,000. Thank you.
We're down. I'm going to get down. Anybody else ground and get all through. Well done. $1,050,000. $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake. Thank you.
Juddmonte. Spine-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like.
For the Barraclough family of Saratoga Glen Farm, raising horses is all in the
I
family.
think it doesn't work if you don't have your whole family involved in what you do.
New York native Dan Barraclough and Kathy Barraclough, whose accent gives away her Australian roots, fell in love on horseback when they were leading trail rides at a resort in the Catskills. Even back then, they envisioned owning a horse farm and having children that would grow to share their passion for thoroughbreds.
We planned on it.
Not necessarily with me, but she planned on it for sure.
For the oldest, Taylor, middle son Shane, and the youngest Dean, the wake-up call comes early.
They'll get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, start stalls, feed, bring in, work the yearlings, work the layups, and then...
They get up and work, then we get up and go have fun as well.
Taylor is already an accomplished equestrian.
For compensation for working here, I got to have a mare here. This is my 1,000 words colt. I'm really excited. Hopefully I get to sell him, and I don't know, I think he's really cool.
Shane excels at sports, but understands that his work on the farm is key to the family's success. How do you think this will help you?
Mostly the work ethic of like how I do things in school with like a timeline maybe, or what I need to get done in a certain period of time and how fast I need to do it. Staying focused.
Dean prefers training his dog for agility trials to riding. He's even started Dean's Delicious Dog Treats to earn money for his passion. But even he picks up a pitchfork when it's time to clean a stall.
I'm watering, I open doors, I mow lawns, I help Dad.
The Barraclough clan credits another family for helping them become successful, the family of New York breeders, who were generous with time and advice.
And we had a lot of help along the way. Joe McMahon was a mentor for us. He helped us, get our first clients. It's been a very good community for us. Ann Morgan and Tim, when he was alive, they were very helpful and accommodating.
When this war dancer filly races at Saratoga someday, she'll carry with her all the love and care she received from all 10 of the helping hands at Saratoga Glen Farm.
And for more information, you can check out nybreds.com to look at the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. As we have New York Breds coming up in race 7, we welcome back Jonathan McKinchin. Missed you.
I found a snack.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go?
It's private.
Oh, wow.
I'm just kidding. No, look, I just needed a hot dog.
Really?
Yeah, yes. I went
Did you Uber Eats one?
No, I just went downstairs. I went to a sporting event recently, and the hot dog situation was not good, so I've been craving one ever since.
There you go. I hope you made up for it today.
I'll starve it.
Coming up on Saturday, plenty of stakes action. to look forward to on Cigar Mile Day. Here's the lineup, jam-packed throughout, of course, highlighted by that Grade 2 Cigar Mile. But JK, we'll start with the Remsen. Taking a look at that field for the 2-year-olds, this came up an incredibly fun and competitive race, and a big field as well for the 2-year-olds going 9 furlongs on the main track.
Yeah, huge field. You don't typically see that. There's not a bunch of horses that are cutting in line typically to go a mile and an eighth as 2-year-olds. But, you know, this race as of late has actually been productive. It used to be an unproductive race, in my opinion, leading up to the Kentucky Derby, but it's gotten a lot better. And you know, what Dornick did and Sierra Leone, and it's gone on to be a pretty big stepping stone.
Taking a look at Talkin finishing second to Napoleon Solo in the Champagne last time out. Seems like you did want to be forward, and Talkin maybe overcame some of that. That's him in the green cap closing to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have a horse that wins first time out at Saratoga going 7 furlongs. That screams to you talent, and a horse that you want going longer as the races get a little bit longer and as the horses grow up a little bit. Talkin did that, and he ran well enough. I thought he ran into a buzzsaw with Napoleon Solo that day, but he ran well enough going the mile. You'd like to think he'll take the step forward in the mile and eighth.
Yeah, we'll see what he does stretching out in distance. Looking forward to seeing a lot of those back through a really competitive Grade 2 Remsen on Saturday. Back to today, horses in the paddock for race 7. New York breds coming up, and that's a look at the number 5, Russian Realm. You've got Flavien Prat, a horse that finished 4th last time out. So you do have the rider change, which I think piques a lot of people's interest, but this is one that is coming out of a bit shorter races, though tried longer on turf to back.
Yeah, I mean, they're betting this one. When horses start going dirt, turf, I feel like the trainers are guessing, trying to figure out what exactly the horse wants to do, not necessarily great at anything, just kind of good at a lot of things. I think this is a great opportunity to try to beat this horse at 3-1.
Tepid favorite now in what seems to be a pretty wide open and competitive race. Let's head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, I thought this was one of the toughest races to handicap all day, to be honest with you. Let's talk about horses in the flesh, starting with the 1, Cut the Cord, making first start for Rob Falcone. Yeah, just making a really nice impression. A tough post, I think, for a horse that's a little bit more of a closing type, but from a physical perspective, making a really nice impression, as is the 2, Palace Boss. Like what I'm seeing here. Horatio De Paz does really good work. This is another horse, wants to be forward, doesn't want to have to deal with a lot of kickback in a race where I don't think there's a tremendous amount of speed. There is some, but I think he can get the kind of forward position that he relishes. And another one, just a really great coat on him as well. Your favorite, Russian Realm. Very deserving favorite. You get Flavien Prat here. Horse looks great. I probably pose this question to you, Acacia, because you and Maggie certainly keep notes, that, really good notes, where I keep no notes. I just try to do everything on memory. Russian Realm carries a lot of weight, doesn't he? I mean, maybe that's just him, but boy, he doesn't look as tight as you would expect coming off that race, off the layoff. But maybe that's just him. Some horses carry good weight. Kind of makes me question, though, a little bit, just if he's right there. But again, I'll pose that question to you, Acacia. And then the 10, Chief Liam, very well posted. Kind of seems like he's going in the right direction. Best race yet last time. Again, we talk about Jimmy Jerkins being assistant to Kenny McPeak. I'll say it again. It's like having a 3-star chef as a 3-star Michelin chef as your sous chef. So, Kenny McPeak should be in the Hall of Fame. I believe will be in the Hall of Fame. He's put together quite a resume, but Jimmy Jerkins also has Hall of Fame ability as a horse trainer. So you're getting 2 masterminds in the same corner here, and I like the post. And I tell you the truth, Christopher Elliott's really impressed me. He's actually gotten, I think, stronger and better since he lost the bug. And a lot of that, I believe, is a lot of times when a rider has to work so hard to make weight, they're constantly pulling weight to take advantage of that 5-pound weight allowance. They're just not as strong. And ever since he's become a journeyman, he's gotten so much stronger, and he finishes so well on horses. Been very impressed with what I'm seeing by Chris Elliott.
And he'll be aboard for the first time on Chief Liam as he checks in with Jimmy Jerkins, as Richie mentioned, overseeing Kenny McPeak's New York string. As we go back over to the number 5, Russian Realm, Richie, yeah, I'm sorry, that's just him. He has always been a big, burly individual. Was gelded earlier this year, and I did think that that really seemed to help him as far as his mentality, though did not really lighten him up as it sometimes can do. I think JK, a big question, and you mentioned kind of searching, is his figures recently in 2025, though, have not been as fast either.
No, when you look at his past performances as well, you know, I like to handicap by gathering as much information as possible and then trying to meld it all together and come up with an opinion. I thought he was a little bit slow on paper. I thought he was a little plotty, doesn't have much tactical speed, probably wants to go a little bit longer. And then your description and Richie's description of him being, you know, being a thick boy, I don't see how he's going to get himself into the right position early in this race. He just seems plotty to me, and I think he's a great horse to try to beat.
Meaning the rest of the field cut the cord, went by. More on him in a moment. There's Palace Boss.
Yeah, this is who I picked. I thought that, well, first of all, I think Horatio does an outstanding job, but this is one I feel like it's knocking on the doors, especially from a figure standpoint.
Yeah, doing a nice price as well. Windstock went by. There's the 4 Baron of Sealand.
Yeah, I didn't really get this one. Tried the turf last time, kind of that guessing thing again. Turf to dirt, turf to dirt.
3-1 favorite, Russian Realm.
Yeah, just think a good opportunity to try to beat a horse with Flavian Pratt on. You know the horse is going to take a lot of money.
First time on the dirt since his debut, Alan Turing.
Yeah, it's that time of year where you see these turf horses in spots that don't make a lot of sense.
So much more of a turf pedigree on that one as well. Big price on Dolly's Bank.
Yeah, just too slow, I think, for this group.
Number 8, King's Leap, coming in, but he's quick and has had some big races out of town and on the NYRA circuit.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well enough last time going 9. This is a little bit sharper for him. That number also kind of jumped up out of nowhere.
Willing to risk it all, the 9?
This one is one that feels a little turfy, but I do think has some sneaky dirt races in the past.
Has run well on it before, and Chief Liam last out winner.
Yeah, I just literally had written on my past performances too slow. So
needs to get a bit faster. See what he does. 3-year-old stepping up, back to the 1. We kind of skipped over him in the post parade, cut the cord. First off the claim for Rob Falcone. Did finish 3rd last time out. All of a sudden, Rafua has become a winning type. This is him and Palace Boss a few races back in August.
Yeah, I mean, I like these moves when I like the operation that one is claimed from going to an operation that I like, then I don't have to do too much thinking about it, right? It's like whatever the horse did, I think he'll do again. Or whatever I need the horse to do, I'll make the assumption that that great operation that's claiming can also move the horse up. I think Rob Falcone does a great job. I think that Cut the Cord can run a little bit faster, actually, than he's been running. But I'm not even convinced that his previous races for the Cantor Mossies aren't fast enough.
See if he can find the winner's circle once again for the new connections. The 3, though, Windstock. Richie, I know this is one that's piqued your interest.
Yeah, you know, guys, I'm actually just kind of calling a complete audible here. Because he was not a horse that was, you know, really grabbing me in the paddock, but I love what I saw on the racetrack. And I've been impressed with Jamie Rodriguez, who, you know, he had the bug here for a little while in New York. He's just improved so much, and I love watching him ride here. You know, when I enjoy watching someone ride, it usually means because they're riding well. Love the elevation in his trot, just really animated way of going, really good energy level. He's trained by Fernando Abreu. So you got Jimmy Jerkins with a McPeak horse on the outside, and then Fernando Abreu. So, you know, the legacy of Alan Jerkins living on, because Fernando Abreu worked for Alan for many, many years, was a longtime assistant there. And obviously Jimmy, his dad, the influence that he's had on him throughout his career, one of the greatest horsemen of all time. So when I watch him, sometimes you just got to go with instinct, and my instinct said, man, this horse just looks too good to pass by at 6-1. I'm all about Windstock.
Mig, thank you. Certainly a good barn, looking for the first one of the meet, but had some horses knocking on the door. Back over to the 2, Palace Boss. JK, where you landed, what were your thoughts on that last race where he was pretty well beaten as the favorite?
Yeah,
it was a pretty salty field he was in, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of just a class situation. I think he's been facing some tough spots. I think he's been running well enough. He's one of those horses that, like, he never really disappoints. Obviously, the last time it wasn't great. But all of his races before that, you know, he's 5-1, he runs second. He's 8-1, he runs third. He's 3-1, he runs third. You know, he's favored, he wins. He's favored, he kind of runs where his price suggests he's going to run, which I guess some people might think is problematic here, is he's 12-1 or 11-1 now. I just think he's going to run well. I think he's a sneaky horse in a race where they all kind of feel the same. I was telling Greg earlier when we were on, in some of these races like this, I don't do it in stakes races too much, but in races like this, allowance, claiming types, I'll look at races, I'll look through their form, and then I'll write a number at the top of their past performance of a figure that I think they can run just off the top of my head based at like looking at what they've been doing, you know, 82, whatever it might be. And I'll write that, and I'll do it for all the horses just as a kind of a measuring stick when I'm looking through the field. These 3 inside horses, the 1, 2, and the 3, who I would want to be alive to in the pick 6, I think they're all very similar.
Yeah.
And so give me the one that's the longest price.
How do you feel that your top pick is roughly the same price as the 6, Alan Turing?
Yeah, I mean, that's just people I think miss betting turf horses. They see the figures, and I think they think that it automatically, you know, correlates. I don't think it's the same thing.
See what he does, getting onto the dirt for the first time in a long time. Russian Realm, the favorite, though, picking up Flavian Pratt. Richie and JK going another way. Race 7 coming up next. Fun one for the New York breds. Chris Griffin has the call.
Still waiting here on Baron of Sealand. See Russian Realm back there too. Russian Realm led forward. 2 out. Russian Realm. Chief Liam, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Dolly's Bank towards the outside, has early speed. There's Alan Turing in the early mix too. Joining them up the far outside is Chief Liam in the early mix, and King's Leap is in that early fray too. 4 of them right across the racetrack as they get set to come out of the chute. Chief Liam with a nose advantage right there. King's Leap, they're 1-2. Dolly's Bank is now going to settle back in third. Is to the outside of Alan Turing, is at the rail in fourth. Willing to Risk It All is in fifth. Another 2 lengths back to Palace Boss, who's another 2 in front of Baron of Sealand. Towards the back end, it's a group of 3. Russian Realm, patiently ridden, then second to last is going to be Windstock with the trailer. Cut the cord. They work up the backstretch 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. King's Leap has wrestled the lead away. Chief Liam right to the outside is back for more. They're still 1-2. Willing to Risk It All is tugging at Manny Franco, wants to go, is 3 wide, just looming up. 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Alan Turing is at the rail looking for room in fourth. Dolly's Bank is shoved along from fifth. Out wider here comes Baron of Sealand with a run. Then Palace Boss. Russian Realm starts a move from the back of the pack, still 7 off them. Then Windstock and the trailer cut the cord. Willing to Risk It All has traveled nicely, has now come calling for the lead. Willing to Risk It All, but not done as King's Leap towards the inside. Alan Turing is off the rail. Russian Realm is weaving through rivals, and here comes Russian Realm after the leader, Willing to Risk It All, who is still in front. Russian Realm is going to pick a lane to run through. Alan Turing up on the grandstand side. These 3 here down to the line. Russian Realm with the momentum. Alan Turing is lunging towards the outside. It's a photo. Tight photo there, Russian Realm to the inside. Alan Turing in that photo too was Willing to Risk It All in 1:35.4.
Tight photo finish inside the number 5 Russian Realm, your favorite. Outside the 6 Alan Turing going back to the dirt. Look, he took some money, all things considered. He ran exceptionally well getting back onto the main track. Altogether, I think just missed the bob.
I love a photo like this where I was wrong either way. So
you can just enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a sweat for someone who's alive in the pick 6, but for me, I didn't like either one of these horses. So
I thought watching it live it was inside.
The angle could be. I thought outside, but who knows?
Flavian Pratt, I know he picked up the ride on this when we talk about how he gets overbet, and it was the 5 Russian Realm that got the bob inside. just always putting his horse in the right position. He managed to get the hole, duck down to the inside, making the right choices. Just a picture perfect kind of trip, and it's almost like we just come to expect it now.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of went through like a diamond. It's like the old Mighty Ducks movie, the Flying V. Great film, by the way.
Great movie. Classic.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good. Okay, anyways, I won't go. Yeah, but anyways, he just kind of comes in on this Flying V situation. I didn't know he was going to get out, and then he ended up just ducking to the inside and going. And you're right. When you're going good, like Flavian has been for like 2 years now, it seems like those decisions work out more. They're confident. They're quick. And man, he's been outstanding, and that was another example of it.
5, 6, 9, 8, 2-1 favorite. Russian Realm gets the win here with Flavian Pratt in the saddle. Favorite kicking things off in the 7th there. Down on the inside as we continue on with that pick 6, bringing prices and more when we come back. Stay with us. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And when I walk through Grand Central, it is exactly that speed.
Yes. There's I like a couple things at Grand Central. One, well, I like 3 things around Grand Central. There's the Stout bar outside is a Texas bar. So like when Texas plays in football, it's like all burnt orange. Nice. It's great. There's a Cipriani in there. It's great.
Excellent.
And there's a Phasic read that has to happen as well.
Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Phasic Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mix Sale scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Main catalog entries close December 15th. Enter now at digital.phasictipton.com. Russian Realm with the win. Let's head down to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. I'm here with Flavien Prat. Flavien, you delivered such an incredible ride on Russian Realm. Speed's been good today. The track's fast. But when I'm watching you, I could see almost your thought process. I can't afford to come around these horses. I've got too much to do. And you found all the right gaps.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like he was coming underneath me nicely, but I just didn't feel like I was good enough to go around everybody. I felt like at some point I'll find a gap, and and he was traveling well between horses, so I felt confident that if I get a clean pass, he'll run for me.
And we were just talking about the kickback, which can be at times pretty intense here at Aqueduct. But the fact that he stayed in the bridle despite the kickback kind of speaks about his quality.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, as I said, it felt like he was traveling well through all the way throughout, and he didn't mind the kickback, so that's why I took advantage of it.
Flavien, big news that you're going to be staying with us this winter. But it's, knowing you and your schedule and your agent, Brad Pegram, you'll probably be traveling quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm mostly based here, and I'll try to ride as much as I can here. But yeah, I'll probably will be traveling to wherever I can go, and yeah.
Well, it's really going to be great to have you here all winter. Guys, having a Eclipse champion and a rider of this caliber staying in New York for the winter, it's certainly a big bonus for all of us.
It'll be a lot of fun. I'm sure the other jockeys in the room are absolutely thrilled that he's staying.
Well, I mean, you think about it, he spent a lot of time in California previously, but then he'd have to go to Gulfstream.
Yep.
Not an easy travel situation. Have to come to New York. Not an easy travel situation. Oaklawn, Kentucky. It just honestly makes a little bit more sense to just be here.
It's easy to get anywhere from New York. Yep. You saw that photo finish. $6.48 winner, Russian Realm. Favorite gets the job done in the 7th. Another relatively short price in the sequence. Rare Society and Farmhouse should make things interesting. Of course, wishing whoever is alive all the best into the final leg. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, this thing, some of those numbers you see in there are enough to kind of get you excited. Let's see. The lowest payout at this point is to the 9 Register, and that's coming back $9,826. The highest payout would be to the 4 Solo Empire for $135,000.
Wow, not too shabby, that's for sure. Well, like we said, good luck if you are alive into the last race in the Pick 6 sequence. Pretty exciting stuff. We'll be rooting for you. We've got one more race to go. We'll also continue previewing what's coming up on Saturday. Todd Pletcher looking to add to an already impressive record in the Demoiselle. Talk a little bit more about his chances after this.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
4 of them are stacked across the track as they come into the stretch. Magic Circle is down at the rail. Venti Valentine is all out in second. Nest is on the outside in third. Nostalgic putting in a late run, but just 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And it is Magic Circle racing a bit erratically here in the stretch. Nest driving up on the outside. Venti Valentine is in between. They're coming on for the finish. It is Nest on the outside, then Venti Valentine, and it is Nest.
Nest in the 2021 Demoiselle Stakes. She would go on to win some big races at Saratoga and finish second in the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, you know, she's like, I don't want to say she's forgotten. I mean, obviously, we just showed her video. But she is one that, like, was really cool. Like,
Yeah.
she danced a lot of dances. She had some brilliant performances. I guess she never got, like, that, like, over-the-top run of, like, super awesome, you know, champion type situation, but she was really
For a little
cool.
while there, I remember in Saratoga there was a little kid that had a sign like "Nest the Best" or something like that,
Yeah.
which was really cool. Todd Pletcher has won 9 Demoiselle victories and looking for his 10th this weekend. Pretty
You know,
amazing.
What's funny is, like, a lot of those, like, you know, I used, like I said, it felt like the Demoiselle and the Rimson back in the day were, you were ready to go 9 furlongs today, so you win this race, but you're not really necessarily going to go on to be something. That's different with this list. Those were some good horses.
Very good.
The Malathot obviously went on to be a champion. She was awesome. There's a lot there.
Shorter field this year. On paper, I think it looking like a few horses that need to take a step forward, but this is a great opportunity to find out a bit more about them as Todd Pletcher will send out 2. Zany, who won impressively when sprinting down at Gulfstream first time out. She won by 6.5 lengths, but that was going 6.5 furlongs, and she will now need to stretch out to the 1.125 miles.
Yeah, but I just, you know, it depends on who the trainer would be, right? But Todd and Rapoli stables don't scream to me, we're going to rush this impressive first time 6.5 horse into this 9 furlong race if they didn't believe that that's exactly what she wanted to do. You got plenty of time. They could definitely take a deep breath, you know, go to the farm for a little while, come back, run in some races down at Gulfstream to lead her up into the Gulfstream Park Oaks. They've made this decision because I actually think they believe she'll appreciate this added ground, and you get Irad to stick around. She makes a lot of sense.
And she's got some pedigree to suggest that she will appreciate going longer as well. The Dam one going 9 furlongs as believable. The other runner for Todd Pletcher, she certainly has a pedigree to suggest she'll go longer. She's the full sister to Tenfold and By Curlin. As we saw her finish second behind Schilling in the Tempted last time out, it just felt like Schilling really took advantage with Christopher Elliott being aggressive and using her speed, going to the front end and wiring that field.
The one thing about, you know, these types of races is the best horse doesn't always win. The most talented horse doesn't always win. The horse that handles the 9 furlongs on the day can occasionally be the one that wins. And like you said, Believable has the type of pedigree that suggests that maybe that's what she wants to do. You know, maybe Schilling is one who's proven winning at 7 and at a mile, that they want to go a little bit longer. Sometimes that can make the difference. Zany might be the most brilliant, might be the best horse moving forward, might be the most talented, but it doesn't mean they have to win going the 9 furlongs as a 2-year-old.
We'll get a chance to see those 2 rematch. You've also got Concurrently, who finished just a nose behind Believable, and she would come back to win her own race the next time out. Makes it a little bit interesting as to who's going to take a step forward, including Jumping the Gun, who's a new face coming in from Delaware as well.
Yeah, Jumping the Gun, you know, this is why I'm a speed figure guy. I love speed figures because they were designed to be more of an equalizer between distances, between racetracks, between surfaces, and to understand how well a horse ran. Jumping the Gun ran a 73 last time, a 69 in the last win. Well, if you look at this race, it's right in the mix. Schilling ran a 65 last time. Zany ran a 76. Concurrently a 69. Right there in the mix, in the middle of all of it. So I wouldn't be shocked if that one were to jump up. But these races can bring some of the biggest surprises because they're so lightly raced. They're trying something for the first time. We don't know who they are yet. Zany, to me, looks to be the most talented, but maybe the 9 furlongs doesn't work this year, early for her.
Jumping the Gun, she's been the favorite in all the first starts. Will not be the favorite this weekend, but excited to see her homebred for John Granari's Jumping the Gun for the Imaginary Stables as we see horses in the paddock for this upcoming 8th race, $30,000 claiming race, going 7 furlongs, and the favorite is to the outside, the number 11 Frizzante right now. First off the claim for Chad Summers. I remember JK actually watching this race next to Fernando Abreu, and he was so frustrated because this just seems to be, and we saw it last time, the type of horse that just waits on his company.
Yeah, and that can be very frustrating because you can do everything right and then end up in a situation where that happens. Frizzante for me is one of those horses that on paper looks a lot better than he probably is. However, he got a huge setup last time. If you look at Timeform US, the pace figures were coded red, meaning that the pace was fast, so it's set up for him. So he's typically the type of horse that I would want to play against. But in a pick 6 sequence, if you're alive to the 11, you should be very happy. You don't want to not be alive to this horse. But from a win standpoint, betting him to win, considering that and how salty this group is, I wouldn't want anything to do with him at 8-5.
He's a short price. For more, let's head down and get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, and I completely understand what you're saying, Jonathan. Also, listen, 2 wins, 11 seconds, it's a little hard to take. So as a rider, you've got to time your run perfectly. You do not want to hit the front too soon because he thinks his job is over when he hits the front. And, hey, where are all my friends? Or he's just very polite. No, after you. And you can't have polite racehorses. You got to have tough racehorses. And Frizzante, I think, is a major player here. Chad Summers has had a terrific year. They do add the blinkers, trying to offset some of that, pulling up or waiting on horses. But it's a problem to when you're 2 wins, 11 seconds. The 9-horse Register, I think, makes a lot of sense. He's dropping down. You get the switch to Flavien Prat, who just delivered as good a ride. There's a lot of horses that are going to win, with a competent ride. But then there are rides that make the difference. And the last race showed what Flavien Prat's all about. All of his ample skills on display, and he made the difference the last race. Register has speed. He's going to be forward. He's owned by Bob Spiegel. Bob Spiegel, for a long time, his only trainer in New York was a trainer named Steve Schaefer. Terrific horseman that we lost way too young. Used to ride a really good filly for them called Maggie's Gold. And I want speed today. I want to be forward. Track's fast. Kind of carrying them a little bit. I thought Register made a lot of sense on the turn back to 7/8 and the drop in class. Horse that I thought I would mention down towards the inside. He won for half the price last time, is Smile and Say Cheese. Boy, you got to be pretty optimistic about a horse you named Smile and Say Cheese. Basically you're saying he's going to go get their picture taken early and often, which this horse did break his maiden first time out. Comes off of a win against Easier, but I had to talk about this horse. It's Linda Rice. It's a confident hike in class, and the horse just made a really nice impression. He's one of those chestnuts with 4 white legs, a lot of chrome on him, very flashy looking. Maybe I'm even getting fooled by all that flash.
He is flashy, that's for sure. Richie, thank you. Smile and Say Cheese out of Picture Day. So I get where they got it, as we'll see his win last time out. And this was, as Richie mentioned, for $17,500, not claimed that day. So he comes into the next level of company, but also for a higher price tag.
Yeah, this horse just doesn't break all that great in the last couple of starts. And sometimes that can be a horse, a sign of a horse that's kind of going the wrong direction. Just a little bit weakened behind, not popping away from there. Because it hasn't been something that's been habitual throughout the entire career. It's just something that's come up in the last couple of starts. Maybe it was the switch to Jose Lezcano, but maybe now he gets it figured out. But I don't know. Ran huge last time despite, but was a short price. It's 9-2 now. I think the short price is what helped him overcome the fact that he broke slow. So I'm not necessarily crazy about Smile and Say Cheese.
Yeah, he's a little bit tough to trust with some of those gait issues recently. Maybe it's been kind of a new thing with getting out of the gate, but before that, he'd had a really bad habit of lugging out. He's just a bit of a quirky type of horse as well. 9-2 now on him as we look at the number 9 Register, dropping in class for Dave Donk. Another one picking up Flavien Prat, just like your winner in the last race.
Yeah, and I would think that probably has a lot to do with the price at 5-1 right now on the board. You'd like to think that without Flavien, probably a couple ticks higher. Dave Donk's one of those trainers that I kind of give a pass for things that I might knock another trainer for.
That's fair.
Like an aggressive drop or you know, a bad performance or 3 bad runs, and then because I think Dave does things a little bit differently than a lot of other trainers do. And so a lot of times if I want to like the horse, I will allow myself to break through a barrier of something I don't like about one. And Register is totally that for me. If he was trained by someone else, I'd be like annoyingly like playing against him, like, you know. But Dave's one of those guys that I feel like he can reach back and find a race 6 back, you know, and because he trains so patiently. So I wouldn't want to not have this horse. I'm not betting him to win, but I wouldn't want to not have him if I was alive in the pick 6.
Do you think he'll be in front with the speed early?
Flavian's aggressive. It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible, especially with the scratch of like the 8 inside, who I thought would have probably made the front if wanted to. The 7 Arrow Star could make the front, but he's not like a blazing fast horse.
Here's the field, kicking things off with complex music.
Yeah, I didn't really need this one from the inside, although was closing into a pace that wasn't that quick last time.
Smile and Say Cheese, stepping up.
Gotta break better.
We can get out of the gate. Class drop, Fort Jungle Glow.
Yeah, I mean, his best last race was on the grass. Those 2 dirt races surrounding it weren't very good.
Big price on the 4 Solo Empire.
Yeah, this is one that I probably think wants to go a little bit slower. I mean, slower, shorter, excuse me.
Maybe that too. There's Lou. We know that he will be very far back.
Lou, yes. He got a setup last time as well, which I didn't like.
The 7 went off for a big warm-up Arrow Star, as did the 9 Register. There he goes.
Yep. Dave Donk and Flavian Pratty, and he reaches for Flavian as well when you see Katie Davis listed a whole bunch of times in a row.
Free Dance, 11-1.
So I'm going to pick the 7, but the 10 Free Dance is confusing me because I like the 7, but the reason I like the 10 is he was closing into a slow pace that the 7 was involved in. It's very contradictory. I like the 7 and the 10, but I just can't get away from the 7 for some reason.
And the 11 at 9-5 is Frizzante, your favorite. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Horses on the track. Let's go back to Meg.
Yeah, Acacia, I'm just going to talk about 2 horses. The 9 Register, who will be my top selection. I think this horse winds up controlling the race, particularly with the scratch of the 8. Elvis himself out of there. I just think he's a little bit quicker. And you're getting Flavian Pratt, who, you know, is aggressive when need be and patient when need be. And I just thought he made a lot of sense a little bit on the drop. The 10 horse Free Dance, who you guys started talking about, he kind of went off aggressive here. You get Ricardo Santana going 7/8. I just thought he was a little bit interesting here and should be kind of off the flank of the 9 someplace, not too far away. And again, I want horses that are a little bit more forward, just create their own trips. I got to say, Jonathan, your 7 horse is certainly making a nice impression here. Arrow Star in the warm-up, no doubt. But so is the horse I like a little bit, the 9 Register. And Acacia, I know you can relate. That sun goes behind this grandstand, and boy, did it get a lot colder. I'm bringing the gloves out tomorrow.
I had the gloves on for race 3, so Richie lasted a lot longer than I would have out there.
I thought about the other day. I was trying to get to a train, and I love city biking. It's fun, but I like it in the spring a lot more than I like it in the winter. I was city biking with no gloves on, and my hands for a 5-minute bike ride hurt so bad, and I thought to myself, these guys ride 40-mile-per-hour horses with no gloves sometimes, not usually, but I mean, not all of them, but sometimes. Well, there's no gloves right there on the 5. I mean, I can only imagine what Richie's hands would feel like after I mean, I don't think you have enough time to get your hands back before the next race.
Well, Richie, I know, was a no glove guy. So he said, right, Richie, you would wear gloves in the warm up and then take them off before the race?
Yeah, that was how I would do it, guys. I would wear my brown cotton gloves, like work gloves, to the gate. And when we got to the gate, I'd put them in my pants and ride without gloves. And it was interesting. They would really, really hurt if the horse didn't run well. The horse won. It was amazing. They didn't hurt at all.
That's what she likes to say. It's always warm in the winner's circle.
Yeah, it's warm in there.
But yeah, I
Except
give
for
a lot
you.
of credit.
Because you
Yeah,
didn't.
I'm always cold. It doesn't matter. I'm cold in the winner's circle no matter what. As we see horses moving towards the starting gate, final thoughts for you. You landed on the 7.
Yeah, and it's one of those opinions that, like, it's hard. I can pick 2 horses because I'm picking 2 10-to-1 shots. That's you can actually have a 5-to-1 return on that. So I like the 7 and the 10. I like the race that those horses exit. Technically, the 10 got the worst of it that day, but I like the way the 7 ran. I like the 7's a little bit more tactical. So I am going to double win bet the 7 and the 10, and it's the first time it's ever been done on TV.
2-to-1 to the outside on Frizzante. I know he's getting blinkers on, but is it a little bit tough for you to short price with a horse that does not seem to like to win?
No, and he doesn't have a lot of early speed. So he doesn't have a lot of early speed. He doesn't like to win. And you never know what's going to happen when a horse switches trainers, especially off a good race. They could certainly regress. They don't have to run back to what they did previously. So there's that unknown as well.
Race 8 to wrap up the card. Best of luck if you're alive into the final leg of this pick 6 with that carryover. Chris Griffin has the call one more time today.
Frizzante. All set. And they're off. Solo Empire has speed, so does Aerostar, who's quickest. Aerostar is now up by a full length as they quickly come out of the chute. Kendrick Carmouche and Aerostar, they're the leader. Register is a close-up second. At the rail, Solo Empire is hustled along to keep up here at the rail in third. Out wider, Purple Silks is Free Dance. Then in 5th, that's Frizzante, all alone there in the 5th position. At the rail in 6th is going to be Complex Music. Back there in 7th is going to be Jungle Glow. The 2 at the back smile and say cheese with Lou. They speed up the backstretch 22.49, and they're chasing the runaway leader, Aerostar. Aerostar has 4 furlongs left to go and is up by 3. Register starts to cut into the margin now, and here comes Free Dance on the move too. That's the top trio, as now from the outside, Frizzante's got some late run. Also, right in behind that runner comes Complex Music. Dropping back Solo Empire, Jungle Glow has got about 8 to make up. The 2 at the back, Lou, and Smile and Say Cheese. 45.67 for a half-mile time, and Aerostar is now confronted by Register in the 2-path, and Register is ready to challenge for that front end. Free Dance is lugging in, has some momentum too, and grandstand side is Frizzante. Complex Music has a run. It's still Register holding him off. Register has a furlong left to get. Frizzante catching with every stride, though. Register to the inside. Frizzante is now taking the lead. Frizzante is kicking away. Frizzante wins the finale. Frizzante over Register. Then came Complex Music and Free Dance in 1 minute 22.48 seconds.
Frizzante first off the claim, and with the equipment change, able to run down Register late. I think timed right by Junior Alvarado.
Man, my double win bet was looking good right here. and then very quickly it wasn't. I would say right about here, it looked like the 11 was going to find a way to win no matter what happened here. Look, there's a lot of unknowns, a lot of changes. You got to get a perfect trip. You got to find a way through, and Frizzante did that at 9-5. If you hit that pick 6, congratulations. What did we say that was coming back? Of course, I closed that window. I'll do this thing on TV where you just talk until you can get to the right screen, and eventually you'll get there.
You have to do all the math in your head like Andy does.
The $11,099.
Nice.
If you were able to hit that pick 6, and you'll have some 5 and 6s too.
Yeah, that's
Don't
not
forget
too
about
bad.
those.
That's not too bad. 11-9-1-10 for Zante and Junior Alvarado with the victory, getting the win in the nightcap. Congratulations if you hit that pick 6. We know who's buying dinner tonight. We'll wrap things up after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season, it is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
And our program is brought to you by Hill & Dale at Alapa, as we saw that beautiful feature there. And in the nightcap, 9 to 5, Frizzante gets the win. Looked like in the photo he was claimed as well. So moving on to a new barn after this, but getting the win and returning a nice payout in that pick 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And just at that point, you know, if you make it that far, you go through 5 legs, you know, we all can look at the will pays and hope that that other one that you had was paying $30,000. You know, it just get me there. Just see the ball go through the hoop, pick up the 11 grand. You'll be just fine. Like I said, probably even more than 11 grand. You take the 5 of 6s are always a sneaky little fun thing to do when you do the math on the TV and you see, okay, I just hit for 11,000. You got the will pay, and then you open up your Naira Bets account and you see there's like 13,000 in there. It's because you forgot about all those 5 of 6s. It's always a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, I love that. 9 to 5 on Frizzante, 580 to wrap up the day over Register and Complex Music. Junior Alvarado aboard the winner in the nightcap. Equipment change making the difference there. Pick 6, as you said, $11,099. Some big prices in the middle, but it was a good carryover coming in. Finally got to run it today. And you said something earlier that I thought was really important to remember, that sometimes the weekday carryovers throughout some of these winter racing or cold weather racing at Aqueduct, you can see some really nice returns. You don't want to miss out taking advantage.
Yeah, because I think that when we're at Saratoga in the summer, right, and there's a Friday carryover to a Saturday with 3 Grade 1 races.
Yeah.
Everyone knows. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows. No one's like, oh, what? There was a carryover. Everyone knows. Someone's going to wake up tomorrow and be like, oh, I forgot there was a double carryover. That happens during the week in the winter, and you can see it in the payouts. Mm-hmm. I think at least a lot of times can reflect that not everyone's completely honed in.
Awesome. Good returns there. Congratulations if you had it, and thanks to everybody that participated in that pick 6 today. With the sequence coming up, of course, this weekend, we look forward to Cigar Mile Day. We also look forward to the Muche Mile from Caymanas Park in Jamaica. It's a beautiful country, beautiful, warm, welcoming people, and really excited to have the 2025 Muche Mile on our show once again.
We were talking about it. Andy flew down today, it sounds like.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it. Greg and I had a little bit of a debate. I have 2 questions. Where do you think Andy is like a window, aisle, middle seat guy? Something tells me when they try to charge like the $17, he's annoyed by that, and he says, I'll just sit in the middle.
I don't know, actually. I feel like he'd probably be, if I had to guess, I'd peg him as a window guy.
Doesn't
I
want to
was
be bothered.
on a different flight with him last year going to Jamaica, so I did not fly with him.
He doesn't want to be bothered. He's just in the window. Leave me alone. And then the other question was, do you believe he's a flip-flop man? Like when he goes to the beach, is he like?
So I did spend an afternoon at the pool with him.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he had on his feet, to be
I just really want to know.
honest.
I'm sorry. This is what my brain does.
I don't remember. I'm very sorry to not be able to pass on that information, as we're excited about the Mute Mile coming up on Saturday. See some American jockeys down there as well. Misael Jaramillo, Javier Castellano, and of course, Andy Sterling and Maggie Wolfendale. And coming up, just a little bit over a week away from opening day at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. All kind of action around the country and around the world. We'll preview some of the things coming up after this.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, winner of 8 races in 12 starts, Bishop's Bay sets the pace at Aqueduct's iconic Cigar Mile. One of 6 stakes races on a winning card from the Big A. Kicks off Saturday, 11 Eastern on FS1.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Getting some looks at downtown Hot Springs. It's a quaint little town. There's that really charming downtown road. You have all the great restaurants right there, and a really knowledgeable, in tune public that the fans, they come, they know what's happening in the racetrack, and it's just an awesome place to go, especially if you're a racing fan.
Yeah, and you got to hit DeLuca's Pizza.
The best.
You got to hit
So good.
DeLuca's Pizza. Yeah, absolutely. And just tell them, you know, the first time I ever went, Frank Miramotti told me to go, and I called him. I said, "Hey, I'm
High
here."
praise.
I go, who do I talk to? He goes, "Walk in the kitchen and whoever you think the boss is, go up to him and tell him the fat man sent me." I said, "Frank, I'm not walking into the kitchen." He said, "Just do it." And I'm like, "Frank, I can't do that." It worked.
Oh, I bet it did. Yeah. Anthony is the best. We love the whole team over at DeLuca's Pizza. They always take such good care of us when we're there. Here is a look at the schedule for 2025-26. Oaklawn Meet opening day, December 12th, coming up next week. Of course, you have those really important 3-year-old Kentucky Derby preps and Kentucky Oaks preps as well that we'll be covering and looking forward to showing and talking about.
Oh, that's going to be awesome as always. January 2nd, the coach.
I know.
That's going to be
Very
fun
cool.
as well. Named for, obviously, Dwayne Lucas, who passed this year. And I think it's more fun. Don't get me wrong. I don't have any problem with the Lucas stakes or whatever. But the coach that's fun.
Very fitting.
That's fun.
Very, very fitting, that's for sure. As Richie, we bring you into this conversation. You got to spend the winter at Oaklawn last year, and I know I got a chance to get to know a lot of people over at that track. What's something you're really looking forward to?
Well, just that, Acacia. You know, getting back down there to spend time with my Oaklawn Park family. They're wonderful people. Chris Ho, Nancy and Paul Holthus, and Pat Pope. Just so many people there that were so welcoming, so warm to me. Certainly looking forward to DeLuca's. And just so you guys know, Anthony, the owner, chef owner, is from Brooklyn. That's why the pizza's so good. All great pizza originates in Brooklyn one way or another. The racing is incredible. The fans are incredible. There's always a great atmosphere. And I'll put you on the lead here. If you get down there, besides DeLuca's Pizza, definitely hit Blue Ember Barbecue. I became quite a barbecue connoisseur when I was there, and they do it really well. And Blue Ember is walking distance from the track. The hotel is great. I stayed in the hotel the first month I was there, and the hotel is spectacular. The restaurants in the hotel and the casino are spectacular. It's just a really fun place to be. I get homesick. I love home more than any place else in the world, probably most people. But Oaklawn Park, they sure made everything very, very nice for me, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody. And downtown there, me and Chris Ho, we go on a hike that actually takes you all above the downtown, so you can like look down from different overviews, see the main streets. At one point, we came back down into the town, grabbed some water, headed back up into the mountain. It's just a really fun place to be.
That's awesome. I also heard they brought Lafitte on a hike one time last year, and he was not as fast as you and Chris.
No, Lafitte hung in there pretty good. We went up the mountain pretty far, and yeah, I will say this: Chris is pretty fit. I mean, I'm an avid hiker, and he tested me as well. So, yeah, Lafitte hung in. I'm going to leave it at that.
They did my man Lafitte wrong. Lafitte, I know you did well. Don't let Richie tear you down.
Next year, we got to get a camera. Follow Meg, Lafitte, and Chris on a hike in Arkansas. But Richie's right. The hotel's amazing. The spa, really, really nice as well.
Yeah, Wolfie looked at me like I was crazy. I said Lafitte said the spa is amazing.
So great.
Yeah.
It was so great. I traveled in. I had some time. Maggie said you have to go do it, and it's so worth it.
That's what I heard.
It's awesome. There you go. Coming up for this meet, Steve Asmussen. It seems like every time we talk about his name, he's on the cusp of another record. And that's the case here as well, as he's at 993 career wins at Oaklawn Park.
He'll probably get that opening weekend.
I agree.
Doesn't take him long. What's great, most impressive about Steve's operation is the high level of success he has at all places. When I first got into racing, I used to go to Lone Star Park all the time with my father, and the first trainer's name that I started to recognize as being like, oh, this guy wins every race, was Steve Asmussen. That was at Lone Star Park. He still runs horses at Lone Star Park. He'll run in the Travers one day, and then he'll get on a plane to Dallas to saddle a first-time starter. It's his operation is vast.
He'll be in a $5,000 claiming race and then a grade 1 within like 20 minutes.
Yeah, watch it on his phone.
Yeah, I agree. Some big name jockeys that are going to be wintering down at Oaklawn as well, including Joel Rosario. We've seen him spend the winter in Florida. We've seen him spend the winter in California. And I mean, you see him in those Winchell Silks. He has a great relationship with Steve Asmussen. I think it makes a lot of sense for him going to Oaklawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these riders, especially when the established ones, you'll notice at times they'll find opportunities to go places. And the reason they do that is because, Joel's going to ride a lot of big horses. There's no one at Oaklawn that has a good horse that won't want to have Joel Rosario ride their horse. But also, the other thing about this is that it sets these guys up for finding big horses. You want to go where good maidens are running, right? Mm-hmm. Where there's good 3-year-olds, where you can be involved. I'm sure when Baffert ships some in, I'm sure he'll have no problem using Joel, someone that he's used occasionally in the past. Or there's a lot of people, when they ship him in, Joel will be there to pick those up and then also be able to establish some of that daily business. I'd imagine that experiment will go really well.
And he's ridden in the Kentucky Derby for Steve Asmussen before, so it makes sense. You think about it at Gulfstream in New York, at Oaklawn in California, people are trying to find their Derby horse.
Yeah, and that's a good place to do it with those big purses and the way that the 3-year-old races there, the Southwest, the Arkansas Derby, the Smarty Jones, the prices of those. People are going to be shipping in to get involved in those races, and Joel Rosario is going to be sitting there, they're not having to fly in with them.
Luis Saez is going to be wintering down at Oaklawn as well, which can make things a lot of fun too. Ricardo Santana going back to Oaklawn. But you mentioned the Arkansas Derby. Last year's Arkansas Derby winner, Sandman, returning to Oaklawn for a 4-year-old campaign.
Yeah, actually, you know, it's funny. I sat on set one time with Griffin Johnson. He came on just for a second and a half. But I had him on my podcast the other day and just got to hang out with him for 30 minutes. It was a lot of fun. The biggest shocking thing for me is he was going to Japan for the Japan Cup, and he was flying coach.
See, he's not immune.
Yeah,
Jonathan and I fly a lot, and we had this conversation the other day. We are very pretentious when it comes to our flights.
Only because I fly a lot. No, don't get me wrong. I'll sit in the back if I have to, but I mean, I don't have the status.
A long flight.
I don't have the status for nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of flying. I was actually, you know, kind of like, I don't want to say it was like I was like complaining about a travel situation I had the other day to you, and then yours was just right over the top. Yours was much worse than mine. So.
Oh, Miguel got stuck on the flight to France last night in a middle seat. So.
Ooh.
Yeah. Apparently they switched planes last minute, and he'd been supposed to be in an aisle, and it was a different. Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, he's probably not in the best mood today. Coming up on Saturday, we have so many stakes to look forward to. Of course, highlighted by the Cigar Mile. The 2-year-olds, the Remsen came up so tough and competitive, and it's really fun to see a race named for Elite Power.
I love days like this, the Cigar Mile Day coming at the end of the year. These days with the Demoiselle, the Elite Power, the Remsen, the Cigar Mile, these races get you excited about something that's going to happen in the new year, right? Where you could find the Kentucky Oaks favorite could emerge tomorrow. Saturday. The Derby favorite could emerge if something happens pretty impressively. And then also whoever's going to be thrust into the older horse division, hopefully against journalism, Baeza, Sovereignty. You know, it's kind of the turn the page day in racing here in New York.
Agreed. Looking forward to it. We hope you'll join us, at least if not on track. Of course, we'll have live coverage for you all day on Saturday as well, but we'll also be back tomorrow. You working tomorrow?
I'm here all weekend because Andy's out. I think because Andy's gone, I got to
There
work.
you
They
go.
let me hang out more.
I look forward to it. Thanks very much for joining us today. We saw some nice performances, including Light the Way, wiring the field in race 4, and Russian Realm getting a beautiful trip, and the Bob in the 7th race. Coming up, who will add their name to that wall for the Cigar Mile on Saturday. All that to look forward to, as well as live coverage from Jamaica and the Mute Mile. We'll be bringing you to Caymanas Park. But first, we'll be back tomorrow, 12:30 to 4:30 on America's Day at the Races. Good night, everyone.